is. I'm a little late, but the groceries and everything came. My start and end times and any suggestions. Okay. Refresh took so short. Or worse. Every time. Okay, cool. It happened last stream too. Working on the mic situation. But for updates, since last week, our wish list items have been updated to include information for, or include things for the cat. And I think anything over like $20 is like crowdfunded, so people could just throw $1 here and there if they want to, instead of like purchasing the whole thing. And that is the wish list. Also, I have been doing a ton of fucking work in the background and such to get all of my socials, all of my links, all of my store pages and everything to be cohesive. So that has all been updated. I also made a form that you can submit videos, and in the form you can choose whether you want to submit videos for the peer-reviewed paranormal, I think the TikTok reviews, and the third one is the affiliate anniversary, which is happening on 420. So it's the 420 special, and we always watch funny videos that viewers submit for that. It's fun. Oh, and that is command submit. There's the form. I also I turned down the alert volume for followers, but I didn't do any of the other ones. So I think some of them are still way low, but I turned the follower one way down so we don't all get deafened again. And finally, my ePal listings are up and approved and everything, so they're ready to go. Mostly just to like help me out and shit. We could do that when like I don't know. Because it's like card stuff. I was thinking about doing it live, but I don't know if I really want to. And I have my tea stuff because I'm doing tea leaf readings again, which I haven't done since like high school. So it's gonna be really fun. I'm excited about it. But like I got my groceries while I was getting ready, so I had to put those away, and it's just late. And that is still super hot. And we have part 3, part 4, and then uncut footage, testing the knocking method, and then the full Cody and Satori interview. We might start with the full interview as like everyone comes in and stuff, because I want to wait for like the actual video so I don't have to keep playing them. I was thinking about editing down part 1 into like a video, but my to-do list is ever miles long, so we might see that in like 6 months. Wrong one. Okay. Take my name off of these. This is Shine. Oh, it's Chemdog. Chemdog always reminds me of Sammy. Oh, it's my vape. I haven't done cards in like a while too. Like, quite a few days. I mean, I've done them for myself. But again, it's been a while. Ooh, that's so nice. Who am I? Lightly ground. Hybrid. Aha. Afternoon delight. Yeah. I still ran my my ground through the grinder. I have my laptop on the floor because I have all my store inventory and shit over there. Taking everything. I refreshed it and got an ad for Bill Porches going to be in the stream, which is weird. Oh yeah, the fucking thing is this way, I think. I think. Just music while we chill for a bit. Oh, that's so loud. Way too loud for me.
It's been over 3 months since you left me. Got to know all your inside.
I can't remember if you listened to this one or not. There was one of them that I noped out of.
Since you met me, think that I can figure out. Were you only pretending? Down on my knees, I'm begging. Look at all that you've stolen. Heart so cold, I'm frozen. How do I stay unbroken? I don't know how you could even say that you miss me. I don't know why you'd run away, leaving without me. Were you only pretending? Down on my knees, I'm begging. Look at all that you've stolen. Heart so cold, I'm frozen. How do I stay unbroken?
Oh, I guess I was muted. I wonder how long. I hate this fucking mic, man. I have my blue snowball, but again, I don't have anything to put it on. It's driving me nuts. But I don't have anything important to say. I was just bumbling around. Try to do the music so it's not as abrasive when I'm like tapping on the desk and shit. Life. I've been paying more attention to the window audio instead of the mic audio. Chamomile tea. It's mostly use chamomile and craft stuff. I ended up going until it was 3:33 a.m. was when I stopped Fairy Tale because I couldn't finish it. Now I'm literally at the point that I thought I was last time of the point I was last of like I know this time I only have a couple left because I only have a couple of the S-class missions left. I did defeat a rare monster. Oh yeah, and the games that I put up on the wish list are games that are for future content, like Fairy Tale DLC. You go through, and Stray was one that we always wanted to play. And then Phasmophobia and Demonologist are like the ghost hunting games, and that is going to be content with James if we can get those in. I got all booklet ones this time. Unlimited possibilities of creation. But inverse can be a little abusive, a little too intense. You know, my week. So it's balance and equanimity. It can also lead to a lack of action. So probably beware of your pure unbridled creativity or you're gonna burn yourself out, bitch! Yeah, you'll burn out and end up in solitude. Sterile solitude. So make sure to guard your energy. And end up on the bottom. It just reminds me there, I was watching, Dr. G? I think is his name. On YouTube, he's a psychiatrist that does, like, ADHD content and, in conjunction with, like, gaming content. And I was watching some of his ADHD videos and stuff, and I started putting them in a list because he started, describing certain things and experiences, and it gave me the idea for another like watch together, stream together series, show, I don't know, I would like to keep the peer review paranormal, but I don't know like what else we can do because I am not making this a salmon Colby reaction thing. And apparently, I was watching watching Canceled last night. Uncanceled? What the fuck? Watching Canceled last night, which is Tana Mojo's podcast, and it was 4 of them, and they were talking about how they had watched it, but they knew Lorray, who is going to be in one of the episodes today, is one of the people I mentioned before, and they said that his reactions were genuine because they know him, they're his friend. So we'll keep that in mind while we're doing that. God damn it, is it muted again? I definitely didn't. I definitely didn't. I did not touch that. But the new series I was talking about is the Neurospicy series. I don't know how much got cut off because apparently it's just muting on its own will now. My mic's already possessed. We haven't even got into the demon stuff yet. Or the ghosty stuff yet, whatever. But the Neurospicy series, instead of like looking, I don't want to sit there and like explain research. Because it'll be like in the videos they'll explain it, and then we'll talk about how it like affects and what it looks like in real life and in practicality and in adult. And like adult diagnoses and stuff like that. Do you believe in the paranormal? I don't know. I can't say definitively one way or the other. The universe is vast. we're reviewing like the paranormal methods and stuff, possibly debunking things. We did part 1 last week at some point. I forget. But yeah, that's gonna be the other series, and then one of the it's probably gonna just be one stream to do like favorite short videos, TikToks, Reels, whatever you want to call it. But I thought it would be interesting because some of the things that he was saying, they say it in like a more scientific way, I guess, or a more DSM friendly way. And then I can talk about how that like works. I also saw one that was like how my autism can hide my ADHD, and I thought that would be interesting to review as well, because it's coming, more and more research that comes out is finding that like they're intrinsically linked and may be the same disorder. Probably just chill until well, I was thinking about starting with the interview because that's not like, it's not super important. It's like the full interview. But like, again, I'm not a big fan of her vibes. Okay, that is the right audio. because, like, I don't want to have to redo the 2 main episodes. They're about an hour and a half each, and I don't want to have to, like, redo them because later on more people pile in and we talk about the stuff more. It just takes a bit to get everyone up and you heard about the 4th dimension and the latter dimensions? Yeah, I've heard of a lot of them. I don't know how much I fall into that. The whole, like, we're ascending to 5D. What does that mean? And then the uncut footage of testing the knocking method you could do too. I don't know how far I fall into that. I'm not. These ones are like calling me because I haven't touched them in a while. I paused the music to read the fucking titles. These are gonna get edited down into YouTube videos, but all of my streams and all of my videos go up to YouTube. And I just hit my 1 year anniversary on YouTube. It told me, and we're at 15K views, which is far closer to anything than I ever thought. So I'm excited and celebrating. All my links are I just don't make mine typical ones because we usually run into the problem where it's like we already have one for socials and it's something else, or you know. So that has all of the links, and they have all been updated as of last week. All the information is relevant. I do have to go and like redo pictures and shit. I struggled my way through it. It's command live. You want to find live? It's a command live. Getting my shit together. So there's the 2 of spades is amplified by Queen of Diamonds, which 2 of spades is cooperation or conflict, and boosted by diamonds, imagined problems in improved finances. So probably if you collaborate with other people, you'll have stronger, better finances. The problems that you're going through aren't actually problems, they're just in your head. Yeah, and Queen is receiving, so again, it's receiving wealth for collaborating and cooperating with people. And I do personal card pulls through ePal, if you want to do that. They might be listed on a store later, but I got my to-do list is ever miles long. And I still have to like do inventory and everything for my other stuff. Okay. I'm gonna start with the interview because I think it's gonna give us the least the least problems. OPS crashed and my mic was muted. What the fuck? The dashboard? When does my dashboard... It turned off my mic and turned on my dashboard volume. What is happening? No. No, I don't. There's a button on the front of the mic, which you would see if I touched it. And it, like, if the light turns orange, then it mutes. And so earlier the light turned orange, but this time it, like, shut off in the OBS. I think so. I think I'm switching mics soon. I tried. Is it all like robotic and shit? Or are we good? What is happening? Everything is fucked up. Okay, so there. I have no idea. It's all like fucking crazy. The thing is, I usually just don't do my hair. I just let it dry how it dries, and then I put it in a pony, and it's like half curly. I often think that like with this hair and whatever, I remember, or I look like the little girl from Oliver and Company. But I think her hair is like brown. Dude, everything's disconnecting. My laptop's on the floor because my inventory's on the table. Ghost and the girl with the red hair. Oh, is that like Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends? Laptop. Lappy toppy.
Exactly this. The closest thing we could find were the Fox sisters.
Okay. See, they brought up the Fox sisters. Just dangerously on a desk. That, you know what? What if like my desk, like my chair was just like a hot tub? and I can just be in the warmth all day. It would be really cozy. I'm gonna try and keep my eye on the audio, but even like the window audio is switching. I don't fucking understand what's happening.
We have never met or heard of anybody that does exactly this. The closest thing we could find were the Fox sisters during the spiritualist movement, but there are some differences to what they did to what we do.
They had to do it in pitch black, and they were wearing long dresses.
You
so-
couldn't see their shoes or their feet.
Yeah,
This is how we're different from the other scammers.
They were faking things.
We've been doing this for so long, we've never seen anybody that's been able to actually communicate and show proof through sounds. And we just
The thing that that also was mentioned in the canceled podcast. I don't know if I was muted for that or not, but the canceled podcast mentioned this, and they mentioned Lorray, who they are friends with, and they said his reaction seemed genuine, so they were freaked out by it. But I'm pretty sure that Tana said in the podcast that when they were doing like the exploring, trespassing, or whatever, the thing that got them notoriety or whatever was when they started doing ghost hunting. So they didn't get into it for passion; they got into it because it was successful.
just want to say, like, we think this could be something that's...
Because we have auditory processing disorder.
I don't know if you guys understand that.
No, you're just buttering us up.
That's I'll add that one too. When you have auditory processing disorder, it sound like words sound like. Have you ever seen the video that's what English sounds like to non-English speakers? That's what like things sound like when they hit my brain. So that's why I do the subtitles, and why I have difficulty like when I'm on the phone or in other conversations. I have difficulty hearing. But I'll add that to the neurospicy
when
one.
you first saw that you could do this, like, what did you think?
It was an overnight case. The rest of the team, it led up to this, and finally the team was like, maybe it's something with you guys. We found out that it was intelligent, whatever the noise was, and we just stayed up that entire night just asking questions. The first thing that was said is, how is this possible? And we're like, how is this possible? We have no idea. Started asking them questions as to what they see. They said they see a light, kind of like a beacon that shines up. We sound really loud when we hold each other's hands for some reason. At first, when we started bringing somebody's family members,
I haven't
through,
worked out what the
can't remember
relationship
first time
is
we did
between
it,
the two
but
of
it
them.
definitely was very emotional for all of us involved, and now a few years later we have learned to just focus in on the alphabet and not so much the emotional part, because that would be much more difficult to get through the session, you know what I mean?
It's taxing.
We still have no idea how it works.
All we know is it only works when we hold hands, touch in some physical way, like I hug him or something like that. As soon as we stop touching some sort of physical way, it just completely disappears. So the closest thing we can think of is either like tuning into something, breaking down a barrier, or connecting like wires to sort of make something happen.
And we've tried talking to a lot of groundbreaking people in the paranormal, like path pavers and stuff. They've had many different theories. One says it's like a psychokinetic energy in that kind of spectrum of communication. Some people have said it's like a circuit. When we do it, I feel like shin splints in my ankles, and she feels it up at her head. So some people feel like the energy's coming through the floor and then out of her. Spirits don't know
That's
how it's
channeling.
working either, so it's not like we can.
So
have
I guess
some
tuning in would be
knowledge.
channeling.
We've always wondered why us. So I believe there's more people out there. It may not be knocking noises that they get. Maybe they get visions or something.
It's not accents that bother
Do you
me.
believe
It's
that you
any.
guys, like, found each other through like some sort of like a destiny?
I can be
like,
listening
it's
to
meant happen?
I
myself.
think everything's meant to happen for sure.
I think so.
We definitely clicked right away and became fast friends. I think everyone has, somebody out there you're meant to find them. Or maybe a best
That's-
friend or something
that's
like
grapes.
that. You know what I mean? There you go.
Aww.
What if it happens?
Do you guys think you need to have this connection to supply the spirit's energy? Because if Sam and I were to just ask randomly, it might not happen. Do you think they
I'm
need to
good.
respect you more because they are...
We just began. This is the 3 minutes. I did some card stuff first and announced some new things going on in the stream. Well, all the updates. No worries. I was late as well. I didn't get on until almost 4. My groceries came and everything. Yeah, I did a tarot and I did a communication card. But I'll go back because they mentioned the Fox sisters. Yes. Yes, the grapes are crisp. I'm explaining what it is. The tarot reading was King of Wands reversed,
We
Justice,
have
Hermit
never
reversed.
met or heard of anybody that does exactly this. The closest thing we could find were the Fox sisters during the spiritualist movement, but there are are some differences to what they did to what we do.
I have
Pitch
the
black,
text
and they were wearing long dresses.
You couldn't see
spirit
their shoes or their
communications.
feet.
Yeah, there was a lot of conspiracy surrounding them that they were.
Also, our fucking stuff is being weird today. My mic keeps muting itself, like turning to orange as if I had touched it, and I haven't touched it, or it mutes in the OBS, but I don't have hotkeys on or anything. I don't have anything on. I use OBS Blade on my phone, which I don't have up right now because we're using the PC. I don't have to like tab out of a game or something. So if I get muted or if the window audio switches again or something like that, let me know, because it's apparently being haunted right now.
We're faking things.
We've been doing this for so long, we've never seen anybody that's been able to actually communicate and show proof through sounds. And we just want to say, like, we think this could be something that's, like, groundbreaking to the world. And I don't know if you guys understand that.
No, you're just buttering us up. I don't know.
I'm
Wait,
being 100%.
Yeah, when you first saw you could do this, like, what did you think?
There was an overnight
That's good. We're gonna
case.
need
The rest of the
patience.
team, it led up to this, and finally the team was like, maybe it's something with you guys. We found out that it was intelligent, whatever the noise was, and we just stayed up that entire night just asking questions. The first thing that was said is, how is this possible?
Yeah.
And we're like, how is this possible? We have no idea. Started asking them questions as to what they see. They said they see a light, kind of like a beacon that shines up. We sound really loud when we hold each other's hands for some reason. At first, when we started bringing somebody's family member through, I can't remember the first time we did it, but it definitely was very emotional for all of us involved. And now, a few years later, we have learned to just focus in on the alphabet and not so much the emotional part, because
Yeah.
that would be much more difficult to get through
Right.
the session, you know what I mean?
It's taxing.
We still have no idea how it works.
All we know is it only works when we hold hands, touch in some physical way, like I hug him or something like that. As soon as we stop touching some sort of physical way, it just completely disappears. So the closest thing we can think of is either like tuning into something, breaking down a barrier, or connecting like wires to sort of make something happen.
And we tried talking to a lot of groundbreaking people in the paranormal, like
Yeah.
half pavers and stuff. They've had many different theories. One says it's like a psychokinetic energy in that kind of spectrum of communication. Some people have said it's like a circuit. When we do it, I feel like shin splints in my ankles, and she feels it up at her head. So some
That's
people feel like
channeling,
the energy's
right?
coming through the floor and then out of her. Spirits don't know how it's working either, so it's not like we can ask them, how is this possible? We've always wondered why.
I think they don't realize so far they're like the only people that have not been discredited. They should be. But yeah, channeling is a phenomenon that has become popular in recent years, with any number of people publicly going into a trance and allowing entities to speak through them to their audiences. In public halls, on television, on videotapes, these channelers can be seen and heard. Though not claiming to be for God, many of them do claim that they are bringing the voice and the teachings of an entity who never previously lived on this earth, but who dwells or has dwelled in some far distant planet or even some other dimension. So that's channeling. But channeling falls under mediumship, as does possession. Good.
Us. So I believe there's more people out there. It may not be knocking noises that they get. Maybe they get visions or something when they hold each other's hands.
Do you believe that you guys like found each other through like some sort of like a destiny, like it was meant to happen?
I think everything's meant to happen for sure.
I think so.
We definitely clicked right away and became fast friends. I think everyone has, somebody out there if you're meant to find them. Or maybe a best friend or something like that. You know what I mean? There you go.
Aww.
What if it happened?
Yeah, they enter their stance, which they do not maintain, and then they channel the tapping. Yeah, it's... And the stance thing is what I have problem with still, because it's not consistent. Like she said, like, oh, we can just be hugging or just touching or whatever, but earlier they're like, we have to touch wrist, and the wrist work the best or something. It's not a consistent method, but they're getting consistent results. So that looks like falsehood. Apparently channeling goes back to the Bible, 1 Corinthians 12 and 14. Can be seen in the Middle Ages, the 18th, 19th century Haiti, Power of the Catholic Church, modern day Pachmunda, India, mid-19th century the mid-19th century came the birth of the present-day spiritualist movement with the Fox sisters in New York. They started them. Next one, I just there's no worry. I have uncertainty too, but I think like with if we pool knowledge and stuff, we can get to like the actual descriptions and shit of what things are. Which is why I have the book. But yeah, I studied like ghost hunting, paranormal stuff basically my entire life. I was like, I hope that's still good. I was like obsessed with all the ghost hunting shows. I learned about all of the materials, things like that. Okay. For the history of spiritualism, is that once more who the Fox sisters are. The modern spiritualist movement was firmly established in 1848 in the state of New York as the result of publicity afforded to the happenings at the Fox homestead in Hydesville, Wayne County. Ever since moving into the house on December 11th, 1847, the Fox family had been plagued with strange sounds echoing through the wooden cottage. There were knockings and rappings, the origin of which were neither John Fox nor his wife Margaret was able to trace. They all tried obvious possibilities such as loose shutters and window sashes, frequently getting up in the middle of the night to go searching the house, candle in hand. On the night of Friday, March 31st, they and their two daughters had just retired to bed when the noises once again started up. In particular, what sounded like someone or something rapping sharply on wood. Here is a statement made by Miss Margaret Fox. It was... I don't want to read her whole statement. That's really long. The Foxes went on with their questions and slowly learned that the spirit was 31-year-old man, a peddler who had been murdered in the house. Miss Fox called, "Would you continue to rap if I call the neighbors that they may hear it too?" The raps were affirmative. She called the neighbor, Miss Redfield. The Foxes were on call. Oh, I gave her a statement. Oh, again, apparently the ghost told... So Miss Redfield is a very candid woman. The girls were sitting up in bed, clinging to each other and trembling in terror. Miss Redfield came immediately, this is about 7:30, thinking she would have a laugh at the children. But when she saw them pale with fright and nearly speechless, she was amazed and believed that there was something more serious than she had supposed. My dyslexia is not doing great today. I asked a few questions for her, and she answered as before. As she answered as before. He told her age exactly. She then called her husband, and the same questions were asked and answered. On first looking at the phenomenon, it seemed to be typical poltergeist activity. There were young children in the house. With children of that age, it's not uncommon for there to be spontaneous physical activity brought about by the raw energy, or for want of a better word, of thrown off by the children. So she is, they started doing, with a crowd of neighbors, they started doing like seances and stuff. The spirit gave all the details of his murder, which was done with a butcher knife in order to steal his money. Margaret Fox and the two girls left for the night, leaving the house overflowing with people, and still the rapping continued. The next evening, on Saturday, it was said that as many as 300 people gathered to witness the rapping. The spirit claimed that its body had been buried 10 feet below the surface of the ground. Immediate excavation turned up hair and bones, pronounced by medical experts to be human. But it wasn't until 56 years later that the whole skeleton was discovered. According to a report in the Boston Journal of November 23rd, 1904, parts of a basement wall collapsed and revealed an entire human skeleton, together with a peddler's tin box. The peddler's name was Charles B. Rosna. Earlier, a maid who had worked for the Bells when they lived in the house testified that she remembered a peddler once stopped there. Lucretia was sent off for the night, and when she returned the next morning, the peddler had left. In her statement, Lucretia said that both she and a friend, Ariel, I don't know how to say that, Aurelia, had subsequently heard strange noises in the house at night. The Bells were never charged with the murder. The timeline with spiritualism to science. That's interesting. I know a lot of it does intersect like a lot of science, because like I know that like actual astrology that's not like beiged out and colonized is like an actual science that's been used for centuries. And you know, they like CIA even has like astrologers. Like everybody who's big has astrologers. It's always important. Spiritualism is a basis for modern occultism, which is the basis of thought and knowledge. Basically, till Copernicus, Tycho, and Isaac Newton wrote all their papers, and the church caved in the early 18th century. Until then, the people generally believed that God caused everything. Well, I guess it makes sense. Okay, so it went to a different guy, which was Andrew Davis, and then back to the Fox sisters. The Fox family had been greatly disturbed by the events at the house. Margaret Fox's hair turned white within a week of the affair. Within a week. The two children were sent away to Rochester, but the raps continued in the house even after they had left. A strange factor was now to appear. Not only did the raps continue at the house, but they also followed the girls to their new abodes. In Rochester, Leah, a music teacher, was suddenly exposed to violent disturbances. The phenomena reverted to poltergeist-like outbursts, with Margareta and Leah at the targets of pinpricks and flying blocks of wood. So apparently, the Fox sisters are the first ones like ever to be like poltergeist. November 14th, 1849, a group of people met at Corinthian Hall in Rochester, and a panel was formed to investigate the girls. This panel determined that there was no fraud involved in what was produced. Many present were not satisfied with this report, however, and demanded a second committee be formed. This was done, and a second group reached a similar conclusion. They stated that when the girls were standing on pillows with a handkerchief tied around the bottom of their dresses, tight to the ankles, we all heard the rapping in the wall and floor distinctly. So they put them on pillows and tied them up. 18th century science, medicine, physics, yeah. Magic. The early rappings gave way to other phenomena, which became table tipping, automatic writing, materialization, and even levitation. In 1853, it was reported that Governor Talmadge was levitated while sitting on a table. The governor also claimed that he had received direct writing from the spirit of John C. Calhoun. So in this case, we are being led to believe that some spirit is making the tap noises, and the tap works in conjunction with the woman reciting the alphabet, thus produces linguistic communication. Yeah, and the way that the Fox sisters were doing it was like 1 tap for yes, 2 taps for no, and like for the year and date of stuff of when he died, like number of taps. So I guess they're the first ones to read the Ouija board out loud. Mediums started springing up all over the place. Not surprisingly, many of them were exposed as frauds. The phenomena were the sort that could be produced fraudulently, and therefore many charlatans had tried to jump on the bandwagon. Exposures became almost commonplace, and finally even reached out towards the Fox sisters themselves. They were accused of producing the raps by cracking their knee joints and toe joints. Auto-Ouija. Like I said, toe joints. In fact, an alleged confession was presented by a relative who claimed that Catherine had told her this is how they worked. In trying to explain how the raps could continue at an investigation where the committee held the ankles of the sisters, Miss Culliver said that they had their servant rap on the floorboards from down in the cellar. There were several problems with this accusation. The investigations in question had been held, plus had been held in the homes of various members of the committee, plus in a public hall at the time that the Fox sisters didn't have a servant. Not only that, but Mr. Capron was able to show at the time of the so-called confession that Kate Fox was actually residing in at his home 70 miles distant. So she was 70 miles away, and the rapping continued. Unfortunately, the accusations did damage the reputation of the Fox sisters. For a time, they found themselves with few defenders other than Horace Greeley. There was tremendous pressure put upon the sisters at the time, the pressure to perform. Precautions for mediumship were then unknown. In her autobiography, whatever, not important. Increasingly, although the method of producing the sounds was frequently questioned and many and marvelous explanations were forthcoming, seldom did anyone question the incredible amount of information that was produced, information that was unobtainable elsewhere, and that invariably was also correct. For example, from 1861 to 1866, Kate worked exclusively for the New York banker Charles F. Livermore, bringing him endless messages and information from his late wife Estelle. During all that time, Estelle actually materialized and also wrote notes in her own handwriting. All information that would have been unknown to Kate, but which Livermore was able to accept. This seems as far as I know. Every single instance has been exposed. Yeah, since... And it's, like, again, it's hard to... It's hard to prove. So, yeah, they had a few people... very prominent people, all of these paragraphs that were like vouching for them. And then in this one it said the denunciation and retraction. A quarrel developed between the three sisters, Kate and Margaretta, eventually siding together against the older Leah. Hearing of growing problem of alcoholism in her sisters, especially Margaretta, Leah tried to have Kate separated from her two children. It has been suggested by such people as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle that this may have prompted an attack by Margaretta, who had been through some severe financial problems. Additionally, she had come from Roman Catholic influence, pressuring her to acknowledge that her gift was actually a gift from the devil. Easy, they claim that the fraudulence was false. The easy test would be to ask the spirit a question about the past that is confirmable and would not have a record of. Yeah, like a hidden object, which I think some people have done, but have also been like have also been exposed. Thinking to hurt Leah by harming the entire spiritualist movement, Margaretta wrote a letter to the New York Herald in which she denounced the movement and promised a full exposure of it. This she tried to do before a panel in August 1888. The following month, Kate came over from England to join her. Although Kate didn't promise any expose, she did seem to back her sister in the fight against Leah. In the Hall of Music on October 21st, 1888, Margaretta made her That's not right. Claiming all that had been faked. She even managed to produce some minor raps to back up what she was saying. Kate kept silent, though, by doing so, she seemed to endorse her sister's statements. Suddenly, on November 17th, less than a month later, Kate wrote, "I would have written to you before this, but my surprise was so great on my arrival to hear of Maggie's exposure to spiritualism, and I had no heart to write anyone. The manager of the affair engaged the Academy of Music, the largest place in entertainment in New York City. It was filled to overflowing. They made $1,500 clear." $1,500 clear. Well, if you're in Catholicism, if you have a gift like that, or in Christianity or whatever, if you have a gift like that, God doesn't give it to you. It would have to be given to you by the devil, because God doesn't want you communicating with spirits, I guess. I think that's what they're implying. "I think I know I can make money in proving that the knockings are not made with the toes. So many people come to me to ask me about this exposure of Maggie's that I have to deny myself to them. They are hard at work to expose the whole thing if they can, but they certainly cannot." On November 20th, Margaretta said, "Would to God that I could do the injustice I did the cause of spiritualism when under the strong physiological influence of persons..." What the fuck is she saying? "This retraction and denial has not come about from my own sense of what is right. as from the silent impulse of the spirits using my organism at the expense of the hostility of the treacherous horde who held out promises of wealth and happiness in return for an attack on spiritualism and whose hopeful assurances were deceitful. So I guess she's trying to say that because Kate was like, Margaret's lying. And Margaret's like, no, I'm not lying. I didn't come out of this for money. I came out of this with this because spiritualism. She was asked, was there any truth in the charges you made against spiritualism? To which she replied, those charges were false in every particular. I have no hesitation in saying that when I made those dreadful statements, I was not responsible for my word. It's genuine, is an incontrovertible fact. It's French forerunner. Asked what her sister Catherine thought of the present course, she said she has complete sympathy with me. She did not approve my course in the past. The three Fox sisters died within a year or two of each other. Leah in 1890, Catherine in 1892, Margareta in 1893. The final word of them comes from a woman doctor, not a spiritualist, who attended on Margareta at her death. At the meeting of the Medico Legal Society of New York in 1905, Dr. Mellon stated that Margareta was lying in a bed in a tenement house on 9th Street. According to the doctor, she was unable at that time to move her hand or foot. Yet the knocking still came from the wall, the floor, and from the ceiling in answer to Margareta's faint questions. She was incapable of cracking her toe joints at this time, as I was. So she was cracking her toes. And then it goes into another medium. Yeah, apparently Abraham Lincoln was like a seance enthusiast. So yeah, I guess I thought that it came out that they had completely made it up, but apparently the one sister said they made it up and then apparently disproved it. So yeah, it was a retraction of a retraction. It's all black magic and occultism. This is based on fantasy literature, yeah. The spiritualist basically believes that spirits inhabits everything, or selectively inhabits things, or that a human body is inhabited by a spirit that can be separated and a separate existence to the body. Yeah. Well, the two sisters are consistent in their story, because the one sat silent while Margareta talked. It's just Margareta who came out after they rose problems of her alcoholism. And then she's like, they're fake. Who cares about me when they're faking it? So it's hard to judge.
Do you guys think you need to have this connection to supply the spirit's energy? Because if Sam and I were to just ask randomly, it might not happen. Do you think they maybe respect you more because they are used to you?
I'm not sure. It might be out of respect. I do think that we are emitting a lot of energy, so I guess in a way it could be fueling something to happen, because we've done sessions before and sometimes we've let go and like lights have flickered in the house, or like sounds have started in the house still even after we're touching. It might just be an energy battery that sort of just keeps going a little bit after.
It might, and there's been investigations where we've asked spirit, what are you able to do in this physical world? Are you able to move a chair or something like that? And we had one spirit come through one time.
I don't think any light flickers
So we're like, okay,
are legit.
let's find a newspaper. And we set it up, walked away, and you see the newspaper get pressed down and then lift back up again. So
wow.
I think it depends on the spirit as well. I picture it as each spirit kind of has a different battery level, and the higher the battery level, the more they can interact with this environment. And maybe Stor and I are able to fuel that.
Yes.
Maybe it's like charging a room with EMF or something like that.
I think
it kind of
so.
works on the same thing. It definitely has progressed since we started.
The consistency or loudness or everything?
Yeah, absolutely. It drained us a lot at first. We would only talk for like 5-minute increments, and then we'd have to wait a few days. Now it's definitely progressed, and we can do it more on command.
I had flickering lights for a few days, bad hallway light switch.
Do you think this house in particular is more special than others?
Definitely.
It's an old house, so electricity is like an easy explanation. But also, I was thinking of the fact that like we're having this issue right now. I currently live in one. This bedroom does not have any grounded plugs at all. None of my plugs are grounded. So we're probably going to be seeing this kind of thing pop up again because of the cutting costs when building and stuff. They don't ground fully and they don't finish the walls fully, which completely explains what's happening here. Which I think is going to lead to more paranormal experiences because the houses are going to like settle more, crumble more, catch on fire more.
In my opinion,
Capitalism.
this house is something different than anywhere else I've ever been.
I think the property takes up about 70% of the puzzle, and then the house is a percentage, and then the families that move into this house are another percentage, which may be why the Perrin family created the perfect storm for what happened to them. And we've kind of noticed a shift with the spirits every time the house changes ownership. Since Jacqueline purchased it, we've been having a lot more contact. New spirits have come forward that once lived here and enjoyed this place a lot. We've been to hundreds of places around the United States, and this property is probably one of the most unique places we've ever been. There's just so many layers to this place that it's hard to comprehend.
There's some things we know that we can't say, but there are some things that spirits have said, like there's just been something here that predates all of us. There were some things that have been here a long, long time. Sometimes they say that
What does she mean
they
can't
get
say?
here in the speed of like a thought.
The King Philip's War was nearby, and there's this whole theory that, they cursed the land, and some people theorize that kind of has leaked over here to this area. I think it's something with the land, and that's what Ed and Lorraine thought too when they first got here. They thought the land was the issue, the land and the house, not anybody in particular living in the house.
Can we tell the story about a couple spirits in the seance?
Yeah, I think we should.
There was a you nodding. So there was a story that we were told by the spirits of the house. Not Abigail, but there were two spirits named Jonathan and Matthew that were here. They were not at any point living here in history. We asked them, when was the first time you ever came here? Because you're staying here, but you're not from here. So what kept you or brought you here? And they said, well, we saw a light one day and we walked through it and we ended up here and we really liked it. We asked them who they saw, and they described everybody that was sitting at the table the night of the Perrin seance. They said a name of a medium that was there, and they said that they saw a light and they walked through it and ended up here. So it's almost like something might have opened up or attracted them that night. I believe there could be openings or like areas for spirits to come through in different times in different places.
Yeah, I mean, a door could have been left open. There's been a lot of people who have come here that theorize that there's different portals on the property. As to why that is, we have no idea. Maybe it's the geological makeup of the land and things like that. I definitely think a door was opened by someone at some point, and that door obviously was never closed. If we believe the seance happened the way that they say it happened. Big thing with this property is you have a river running right through it, which there's so many theories on moving water and the paranormal and that fueling things. And then the geological makeup of New England that I mentioned is very unique. I know there was this geological survey done. They were looking for all the high deposits of limestone and energy-saving minerals. New England was a big hot spot, and Estes Park, Colorado, where the Stanley Hotel is, was another big spot. Whoa. So there definitely could be all of that mixed together that's kind of creating this perfect energy.
Again, so if we look at it like a scientific side of that, how we talked about there could be certain, I guess they call them portals, but it's just places that scientists can't explain that have really high readings of different phenomenon or whatever. Like, I believe that the Skinwalker Ranch is supposed to be one of those. Stanley Hotel, like they said, is supposed to be one of those. And then that one house, I did not find the fucking name of it. I don't know what it is, but that one house that I talked about last stream was also supposed to be one of them. It's just a place that the energy is just like fucking weird. So like energy readings go off, radiation readings go off, things like that. Right? If they can communicate an idea that has a basis that we stopped interacting in the last 12 years or more, something that they or their predecessors could not have informed them about, if the spirit could describe it and identify its hidden location, it would be difficult to deny. Yeah. I've lived in Fort Collins and I've never been to the Shining Hotel. I don't think I've seen the original Shining.
Hundreds?
More than that. Anywhere you can think of, we probably talked to a spirit, hospitals.
I was going to
prisons.
ask, does it need to be a haunted location, or can you go to a middle of a field and there might be somebody there?
There could be, not always, but everywhere where there's other people, usually there's a spirit there, because at least from what we've learned, everyone has somebody that's watching over them, ancestral wise, multiple spirits have used the word good. It's very interesting. Nobody has said that they were stuck. We've had a spirit that was lost before.
They were in a basement in a home, and we had them come up because they shouldn't feel like they're left down there. They came upstairs and they went, "Where's my house?" We're like, "What are you talking about?" And they gave us an address, the same number but a different area. And so we told them where to find it, and you just hear them walk out of the room, and that was the last time we ever talked to them. And the people never reported having activity there after.
Right, most people are coming back because they either love the house when they were alive, or they're watching over somebody that's still alive. And they want to say, "I love them, I'm watching over them, I'm okay, don't have any regrets about what happened." Just a lot of comforting
A lot of "I'm sorry's."
messages that bring closure, which that's why we could never put a price on giving somebody closure or a message from somebody that they really missed, you know. So most of
What do you want to bet though? They're gonna
That's
fucking.
what feels emotions like humans.
There's gonna be like
We've got
a.
some angry spirits
a tour of
expressing
Conjuring
themselves,
House
spirits
that, like-
asking us to change or recommend
I was wearing
people
shorts.
change
Don't worry.
doing things.
My legs are just cold.
I'm trying to think of what I can tell.
I think
I mean, don't worry if you're like
two
TOS.
Just for talking with Abigail, we've learned so much from her that some days she's still living in her world. That she's like, some days she's ended conversations with, "All right, I have to go tuck the kids in now," and then she'll go off and do that. So that takes emotion, right? That's showing comfort and love. We've talked to her at different age ranges before. There's just
That's
so
true.
much that I don't think we'll ever be able to comprehend.
Have you ever asked why?
That doesn't. Conclusion, not conclusioning. Conclusion, not conclusioning. Yeah, that's what we ran on last time, was that their claim is that they can do this anywhere, and it's not the house, which is why I think they get, like, they might get more results if the Conjuring House is in one of those locations where there is, like, geological phenomena, energy phenomena that's from usually a man-made mistake from the past, like the radiation and shit. Mistake, whatever. But yeah, we said Abigail says she has to go and put the kids to bed, so that shows emotion. But she said that the spirits, like when they came upstairs out of the basement or whatever, they're like, "Where's my house?" So I don't think it shows emotion. I think, like, if anything, it shows pattern repetition. Because obviously every night you're going to put your kids to bed. You're going to do the same routine. So if it's like residual energy, as some people claim, it would just be a pattern replaying. I don't think that shows, like, in spiritual intelligence. You know, when I say intelligence, I don't mean like, this guy's dumb. I mean, like, does the spirit know? Is the spirit intelligent? Because I guess it's in Ghost Hunters, I believe, was the ones that coined the terms of a residual haunting, which is just like an imprint on a piece of land, a person, a place, things like that, of like it just repeating the patterns. So like every day at the same time you would hear like the same bell or this bang or whatever. And then an intelligent haunting was one that would do what they do and like interact with them, answer questions with them, because residuals don't really know that they're dead. They just keep going. Their energy just keeps going in the same patterns that it was going in. But intelligent is when they can answer questions and things like that. This is that's Ghost Hunters that I'm referencing. That's not I'm not saying my beliefs, I'm just putting the stuff out there. But if it is her putting the kids to bed, that would go to that would speak more to a residual that doesn't show emotional intelligence. I don't believe. I think he conclusioned wrong on that one. I said it's not a significant challenge to be able to use a device. They can analyze sound, the tapping, put a tight band around the location. Yeah. And that analysis is 100% absent from this validation. They say they've talked to hundreds of spirits, so collecting that should be a trivial matter. You would think.
Well, why do they come back to check on us when they have this good place to be at?
I think it's like visiting family, like you do when you're alive. I think it's that easy for them. They like the good place, and they're.
I feel like they seem like if we're not doing it for money, then we don't have to answer these like questions fully.
A lot of the time, but sometimes they're like, I want to make sure that my family's doing okay, or maybe they're trying to affect your decisions to make sure you're going to go on the right path or do the right things, so they're trying to get involved as much as they
Right.
can. I think they
I don't
watch.
think all of them are coming back. I personally haven't had communication with most of my family members. Satori, on the other end, has. So I think some people, they like it where they are in that good.
I can't so we don't know where the tapping is, has a response. You can always find the tapping. I don't understand being able to do something like that and not figure it out. That's the thing. Like, if I had a secret power that made tapping happen or whatever, I would investigate the shit out of that. I would try it in every fucking situation, every place. I would try to get every answer I fucking could to figure out where this is coming from. You could, put trackers on the vibration or whatever and investigate the living shit out of it. Exactly. And not just be like, oh, haha, tee, something we can do.
Place. This house has been the same for a long time. It was cared about and loved by a lot of people. With a house that's been kept in the family for that long, of course you would want to check it out.
The wind? No, that's too practical. It's ghosts.
It seems as though they can pick what age they
Yeah.
are.
I mean, if they can pick their favorite part of their life and kind of relive that, then I assume that they could try. I mean, we never talked to a spirit that said they've been in the future, except for talking right now. I mean, if Abigail lived in the 1800s, she's obviously in the future now.
Right.
Do they ever feel boredom or like that they don't want to be in something like infinity? Because the way we think about life is the fact that it is finite
Right.
makes it so meaningful.
So meaningful, right. We haven't had any conversations like that. No spirit has come forward and said they were bored or anything yet. I have a feeling that whatever realm they're in is operating on a totally different physics, emotional states, and things like that. Things that we assume here on Earth just
So he
wouldn't
believes in
apply
physics.
to, that realm. And that's just me speculating, but
Right.
1 minute here on Earth, maybe 5 hours up there or something like that, or maybe the opposite. We're not really sure. Dead spirits say, I'll be right back, and then we don't hear from them for like 3 days. They said they've been gone for just a couple of minutes.
We had a spirit here come through one day. His name was William. He said, what are you all doing in my house? And we went, what are you talking about? He's like, you're in my house. Where's all my furniture? And he's freaking out. And we said, can you tell us what year it is? And he goes, what are you talking about? It's 1917.
Wow.
Ask the spirit, what's the most outlandish thought you had? Yeah, another thing about their questions is they're not questioning to debunk. Really. They're full send. What do the spirits say? That's full. Wrong one. Yeah, they're projecting faith, not skepticism. Yeah. It's really faith. It's full of faith stuff.
He said, I just went outside and I come back and you're in my house. So he thought we were ghosts. Maybe it's just like life over there.
I don't know. It's weird.
Is there a reason why you can't answer some certain questions? Like, do the spirits tell you not to say
Oh.
things? Or is it personal?
Both. Both.
There's some things that Jacqueline is not ready to announce about the house yet. There's some questions that we've gotten answers to that I guess the spirits weren't ready to let people know about. There's
And-
things that we haven't been ready to admit either yet, I think. Just because we're still processing it. I think the longer we do this, the more it's going to evolve as well. It's definitely kind of interesting and scary at the same time to see what it could. And then it could also go away tomorrow. You know what I mean? And
Right.
it could just disappear. We don't want to do
Then
anything
why
wrong.
wouldn't you
That's
investigate the
right.
shit out of it?
God would right now.
Have you guys found something out that is like, we'll never talk about that with anybody?
Yes.
Not about like external things or more about like personal things?
They're really trying to get us.
No, I'm not saying in general, like, are you finding something out about the world that you're like, humans probably shouldn't know that?
Not so much as far as people shouldn't know. Like, I think if there was a message that everyone should know, we would definitely tell it, unless they said that we couldn't or something like that. But I guess most of it would be personal. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think most of it would be personal.
Personal stuff. Okay.
Yeah. And there really isn't much. I mean, there's just a couple things that we've agreed not to.
I think he's lying.
talk about now, but maybe in the future. Everyone has someone that's watching out for them, even if you don't believe it. Life here on Earth is outstanding, no matter how bad it seems right now. Everything happens for a reason, the good and the bad. We learn lessons from the bad things that happen to us, and that kind of sets us on a new path. Everything happens for a reason.
My bad.
Even the bad things. So you just have to push through that. Sometimes you have to hit rock bottom before you go back up. Even though you may be in a really tough spot, someone is there with you. 100%. Every single person.
Don't be so close-minded, I guess,
Yeah.
because I was even skeptical of the paranormal, and I'm part of a paranormal family, so I was very skeptical of it. My entire belief system has changed. Honestly, it's created an entire new belief system I didn't even know was a thing. Like, I'm learning and changing my beliefs all the time, so just don't be so close-minded, I guess, because there's always something that nobody knows.
Yeah, I mean, the unknown can definitely be a scary place. All the messages we got have been of what Abigail said last night. Love, positive messages. That was a demon impersonating someone. Then they go about their business after they give their message, and that's...
That was one of my theories. Yeah. So they're also finding ways out if something you're talking to is an AI or a person. Like, are you an AI? Do you understand what a lie is? Can you tell me your favorite harmless lie? An AI that doesn't call itself. An AI is lying. So you think the dude has a gimmick that the chick is not on? Yeah, I'm saying it's possible. And I said in the last one, and I think I'm gonna back this, is it was a thing to get him laid, and he didn't expect that it would go this far.
One heck of a demon.
Positive demon.
We just have this special connection, babe. You're lying.
We've had some people say, you're talking to demons, impersonating people.
Gosh, we're aliens. Oh my gosh, we've gotten so many theories about all this. It's really aliens.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
She's from a paranormal family. She believes.
So many things like that. You're aliens, you talk to demons, you have Bluetooth speakers.
He's clearly
in your pockets,
fucking in love
all
with her.
sorts of theories we get from people. Double jointed toes.
We've heard a lot of crazy things.
Maybe something is happening because you guys are together.
Yeah, maybe you don't have to hold hands or something. I mean, we've all been at like parties or something like that, and the mood feels really good when you're around a really good group of people. When someone enters that room with bad energy, let's say, it kind of ruins the whole vibe of the place. When you're around certain people that work well together, as far as the spirit world is concerned, that may create its own beacon as well. And
Oh, that's funny too.
Communicate and interact with equipment.
If, like, he did it to dupe her to get laid, but she knows and is doing it to torture the dude longer. Because she looks, sometimes she looks at him like she likes him or wants him, and sometimes she looks at him like, or treats him like he's not even there.
I'm not really sure what, but it might, you know,
Find out.
Almost gotta do a backflip.
We're gonna try everything.
We'll try everything.
But please send us the footage of it.
I'll try. I'll try.
On or off camera, I just wanted to ask, like, do you guys understand this could, like, change millions of people's lives?
It would not be the first time that man has altered human history trying to get laid.
It changed ours. This could be huge.
I don't know if you guys are like prepared for it. When this video goes out and people can see everything that you do, we're gonna leave most of it uncut. It's gonna be a big splash. I'm not even trying to sound like
No, it won't be the last either.
Everything, but it could change the world, like view of spirits and stuff.
Yeah.
This is so special.
Probably the most
That's big.
undeniable thing anybody's ever seen about the afterlife.
Jeez.
And, like, you guys have that.
No, yeah, we definitely don't realize that, that's for sure.
No.
There's things she's not saying.
I'm trying to think of how to process that.
I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
like
no.
without this, tens of millions of people are watching.
And she's thinking,
This is
oh my god,
If
tens of
it's helping
millions of people are
then
gonna,
that's
like,
why we're
find
so
out about
interested.
this.
If it's helping more people, then that's wonderful.
So we knew we could do this since 2018. We kept it a secret till 2021, 2022. The reason we did was because we were afraid of how the public was going to react. Even now, we're still like slowly kind of doing it whenever it's supposed to happen. But we are prepared.
The time
as long
frame
as it's
fits.
Helping people and maybe showing people that there is more. That's what it's about for us. And, you know, getting the house out there and showing that the house is more than what some people just believe it is. That's the important thing. We are prepared though, because we have gotten both good opinions and bad opinions. So we're prepared for both of it. You know, we're strong in our beliefs and what we do. So
Right, and of course we want to help everybody. That's impossible, right? We can't
She's-
give a reading to
She
everybody.
wasn't looking at him. She was looking like past
yeah, we're
him.
not doing gallery readings or anything ever in the future.
Yeah,
We're not
yeah.
taking money for this or anything.
Maybe that's why she's adamant about that.
100%.
Because she
that's
knows.
somebody out there.
It's just a
And
farce.
If you think you know who it is, it probably is that person.
Abigail specifically had either told you guys or just knew that we were coming, correct?
Yeah.
So you think that every single thing that we've captured, Abigail would be okay with, or the spirit realm would be okay with sharing to the world?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. I think
Okay.
from what we understand, she just wanted to let you guys know because this is the first time. It took us so long to describe to her how this works because she's from a different time. When we described it to her, because she knew you guys were coming, she kept saying, I want to talk to them. I want to talk to them. I want to let them know that I'm real. I'm a real person. I'm kind. She kept telling us that she's like, I want them to know I'm kind. She's happy as long as like she was able to trust you guys and you guys get out there that this is actually a thing.
Right,
You know?
and another thing with this house, there's been so many misconceptions
not.
about
It's
it,
not.
even about the spirits that we communicated with, and I think it's important to Abigail, you know, that word kind of gets out and the misinformation gets fixed. She definitely trusted you guys to go through with that, which is great.
You know, she's expressed sometimes when she's upset, which I guess proves that there's emotion about, you know, some people coming in and thinking that she's evil right out of the bat. And so she wanted to correct a lot of this. She just wants you to know, like, there's nothing to worry about. I'm just a happy colonial era woman. If you're scared of a woman coming through and telling you, I want my pear trees replanted in the side yard, and, you know, I love the color that you painted the room, then I don't know what to tell you.
But they said she can't see
When I first
how it
started, we
is
saw something
now.
exciting.
They said that she still exists in what the house was. If you all 40 and each person in this scene is doing this to get away. Probably. Maybe not her. She might be doing it just for the pleasure of fucking with him. They aren't taking money now, but one day they want somebody to go, I'll give you $2 million. Abigail says she was a colonial era woman, I think.
In a closet somewhere and just knocking on the wall or something. Of course, we would love to figure out how this works at some point, for sure, but we're not out here to prove that what we're doing is legitimate. I think that's why we only do it for people that cross our paths naturally, and if we get invited to go somewhere, we'll do it.
I think that's why whatever it was chose you guys, because that's who mine saw. Super
Interesting.
humble.
For real.
I think it's why they choose
Interesting.
people, because they know what you're gonna do. With
And they
that.
said
You
18
guys
something?
have this great philosophy of like, I want to help people.
Yeah.
I want to do this for very specific people to give the message that you are, and you're not.
What
Doing
year
it
was
for-
she?
You're not doing it for the fame. You're just like, let's help people.
Yeah, yeah,
And there's a very few select people in this world now that do things like that. It's cool.
Well, we appreciate that. And my question is, why you guys? Why did they want to talk to you? Why did they want to share this message through you guys?
Also, I don't think this
Maybe
is a
they
main
knew
channel video.
getting
These
this
are
message to you.
on
You
Sam and
guys weren't
Colby
going to
Reacts.
just throw it out and go do something different. Maybe you guys are kind of the same thing. You're humble, you're nice, you're you know, maybe they knew
In 1776, America stopped being colonies. It was a big deal.
that you guys were going to do that. So
Everything happens for a reason.
everything does.
If there's anybody out there that goes out looking for this stuff, I think your senses, you were given them for
It's
a
that
reason.
good old American education.
Especially for individuals who believe that they're more sensitive to this type of thing, I definitely think you should explore that more. It's not a bad thing to be more open to this stuff. It may seem scary at some times if you're seeing things. I mean, Tori and I can't see anything. We like to say we're as psychic as a bag of rocks or something like that. I mean, it just happens whenever we do that. So if you're experiencing stuff like that, definitely keep exploring it. The equipment is awesome. Use it to kind of validate what's going on around you, but don't pay attention to the equipment solely. You could miss whatever's happening in front of you.
Kindness and being gentle works a lot better than provoking and being rude. Also, if you want to try communicating with the dead, here's a fun piece of advice. We found that junk food and sugar helps. We do know that one of the original Arnold family members had a brother named David.
Salem witch trials being 1692 to 93 were a colonial era, which is how in fact the U.S. has never tried a witch in court. Yeah, and didn't we talk about it being illegal too? What is going on with my hair today?
Who did serve, I believe, in the Revolution. So I'm not sure if that's who you're encountering.
And that's really like the only Dave that's really associated with the family line that lived in this house that we've been able to locate so far. Or it's somebody totally.
But we've talked to family members from people here. I'm sure there are spirits that pass
Is
through
Dave
all
a
the time,
soldier?
So who knows?
I peeked my mic a bunch. Is Dave a soldier?
We've had the spirits inside tell us to be careful of the woods. They know that there's something outside that's completely out of there, you know, like it's completely different. One of the first nights we were staying here at the house as caretakers, we woke up at like midnight, early in the morning because we were hearing drumming and it was coming up from the back of the house and we started getting really nervous because it was just one particular beat, like boom, 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 and it kept happening. All the motion detections in the front yard, like somebody was coming around the driveway, started going off. And then it sounded like it was right outside the door, and so we locked the doors in the employee quarters, and we waited in the loft, and then all of a sudden the power in the house went out. The drumming stopped. At this point, I'm like close to tears. I'm like, we need to call
And this
down,
is when they
like something's gonna happen.
said,
Like, we're terrified.
must
We've
be
only
Native
ever heard that
Americans.
beat one other time from a video that a friend of ours had shown us from a local Native American group. It was described as a pre-war drumming. I'm not sure if that was residual or not, but it was definitely scary when we were here, just because it was so unknown.
easy
We didn't
to-
know what was going on. All the camera systems went down, everything.
Especially over the bridge, I think that.
As soon as they said, we have word that
I
they are
don't
Native
like
American
over the
spirits on
bridge.
this land,
I
I'm
don't
like,
go over the
racist.
bridge, especially at nighttime. Like that's just something that for some reason
Nobody
my
else can
senses
drum like that.
Don't do it, so I don't do it. The spirit in the basement, I don't know if it's just being a trickster, but they said go out to the woods, and I'm not fond of that. So I'm just trusting my gut on it. I do not go past the bridge. I think there's some things out there.
And at least for us.
And the Fox
sometimes it's
sisters
more
being in the
difficult to communicate
1800s
out there with
were-
them. Sometimes it's more difficult to get straight answers, which I guess puts us on edge a little bit more as well. Definitely a lot
Also
of tricky things out there,
post-colonial.
a lot of mischievous things.
Great.
So they'd be after Abigail.
Hey Abigail, one more time. Are you busy?
There she is.
Abigail? Hi, how are you? Good, that's good.
Is there anything else you want to tell potentially millions of people right now about the spirit realm? Any message that you have, anything. The stage is yours.
Do you have any last words?
She kind of has the energy of like, stop fucking touching me.
A-B-C-D-E-F-G-H-I, life. A-B-C-D-E-F-G-H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O-P-Q-R-S-T-U-V.
That's his right hand, so that's not.
You want everybody to live their life to the fullest? Good. That's good to hear.
It's amazing. Just want to say overall, thank you so much, Abigail. You've changed a lot of people's lives.
How does that feel? Good. Yeah. Do you have anything to say on that besides that feels good? Did she walk away?
I don't know.
Hello?
Abigail? Oh.
I'm still here.
Did you think you would ever be heard by that many people? No. What would you like to say?
Love.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T. A B C D E F G H A B C D E A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying thank you.
I'm going to give a lot of people hope, Abigail.
Thank you so much.
She's
Walk
gone.
away?
Yeah, she's gone.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Thank you guys for
Of
doing that.
course.
No problem.
Thanks for having us along for the investigations with you guys. It was fun.
Literally changed our lives. Thank you.
Can I give you a hug? Your crying makes me want to give you a hug.
He cries a lot.
Everybody, Colby, are you gonna hug? Awesome.
Beautiful week, guys. Thank you.
Oh, of course. If you ever find that you need weird knocking noises anywhere else, you know where to find us. Okay.
Okay.
So that was the uncut interview. Yeah, it's on Sam and Colby Reacts. Also, the book that I was reading out of is Buckland's Book of Spirit Communications. And the other one I have is Buckland's Book of the History of Witchcraft, I believe. Just for resources, and I'm not reading all of it to... Well, obviously I'm not reading all of it, but the purpose is to, like, quotes for the research paper. Okay, so Civil War 1861, 1865, and by 1869 we had the Transcontinental Railroad. Colonial America is usually the 100 or so years before 1776, so 1670s to 1770s. 1848 was a fairly peaceful period in American history. There were range wars in the Wild West, and that's when the Fox sisters started doing their stuff. Because the people were bored after no more war. But the War of 1812 on the East Coast ended in 1814, around the time Napoleon did his shit, 1814, 1815. Okay, and the address for the Conjuring House. Okay. So this is part 3 on the Sam and Colby main channel. The basement.
Colby. And welcome to Halloween!
So I said that they, like, Rhode Island is very, very East Coast. Yeah, it's that little tiny one. I thought that they stayed there during the week of Halloween, but they didn't. Apparently, it was filmed months and months ago, and then it's just released for Hell Week. Which I thought it was them going during the week of Halloween, because that's when, like, the veil is supposed to be the thinnest and stuff. In 1830, just a year after taking office, Jackson pushed a new piece of legislation called the Indian Removal Act through both houses of Congress. It gave presidential power to negotiate removal treaties with Indian tribes living east of the Mississippi. But also, they didn't claim that there were no they didn't claim that there were Native Americans living on the land. They claimed that there were Native American spirits there. But they didn't give any history of it being one of the places that was affected by that. There were no Native Americans reservations after 1834 from the 1600s. Yeah.
We are attempting
Timeline
to
isn't
stay 1
timelining,
week at
conclusions
the
are not
official
conclusioning.
Conjuring House.
That is
The
my
one that
official
started
report.
The entire Conjuring franchise. Today is day 4, and the past 3 nights have been some of the most mind-blowing things we've ever captured.
Honestly, some of the scariest nights we've ever experienced. We know it's only gonna get crazier because tonight, for the first time, we're going to the basement.
We might seem happy, but I genuinely do not know how we're going to survive the rest of the week, especially because our sleeping locations are going to get scarier and scarier.
What Native American spirits? Exactly. But they don't answer that.
Today we have 2 very special guests, Larry and Bella.
We should be excited for this. We're at the Conjuring House.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you excited about this?
I am, but I'm a little nervous.
Me too.
Have you guys
Yeah,
ever had
so-
a paranormal experience?
Yeah.
Larry LeRae, he is the one that is friends with the group that was on the podcast I watched yesterday. It was Tana Mojo's canceled podcast, and they were talking about the Sam and Colby investigation, and they said that they're friends with LeRae, and they felt that his reactions were genuine, which is why they were freaked out by this whole situation, which just gives a different perspective.
Yes.
When I was a kid, I guess
'Cause I don't know these
used to have,
people.
like, friends.
I don't know any
I
of
would
these
play hide
people
and
to
seek
know, like,
with.
what's
But that was when I
normal.
was, like, 2.
Wait, like imaginary.
I just have a history of like hypervigilance, so I can usually detect the small changes in people when people are being disingenuous, things like that. I have no credit except people were mean to me and it broke my brain.
Yeah, like how
I have a degree, but it's not this.
Ghosts. My grandma told me.
Yeah.
But I would play hide and seek.
Isn't that?
I would play hide and seek by myself.
That's what so many scary movies are.
Okay. And she claims to have had some. Okay, they're doing flashlight investigation, basement investigation. Oh, here's more of this lady.
Bed frame. Paralyzed in fear.
Sweetheart, like, what the fuck?
What was that?
My hair. Just spider.
Also, he says in the beginning they're saging, both of them, and he says, Lorraine says, like, at this point, I'm gonna put it in my butthole. I don't know him, but I approve.
Be down here. I hate this.
So again, people hear things about history, they tend to completely lose their sense of continuity. I heard someone once say that Babylonian dice games in 1100 BC is related to Romans playing dice games in 230 AD. Yeah, show your work on that one. Except for the 1330 years between them. And the hundreds of generations of people. Yeah. One thing that put things into perspective for me of like how history is like that is let me make sure I get the dates right. Yeah. Rosa Parks died in 2005. We always think that this is a really far thing in history. During the last couple years of her life, last few years of her life, the owner of Little Caesars Pizza paid her rent and everything in her apartment up until she died. Okay. Now, Fear Factor started in 2001. Survivor a few years before that, a couple years before that. I think it's only 1 or 2. So there's a possibility that as Rosa Parks is sitting in this apartment paid for by the Little Caesars owner, she might have seen Fear Factor on her TV. And that's when I went, I don't understand history at all.
We should not be down here. No. Every time I come down here, it's just like a full uncomfort.
Over here before?
No.
This is brand new.
They blocked off something down there.
Dude, we haven't been here for 2 years.
I know.
It's really cold in here.
Yeah.
Right when you walk in.
I'm gonna leave my George and I found bracelet here.
You'll see that tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Up later.
Oh, that's what I wanted, was the crooked neck lady.
This is a negative apparition that would haunt Carolyn Perrin in her sleep night after
That's Haunting of Hill House.
That one night, the entity actually slammed her.
Which I stand firm in my belief that Haunting in Hill House is not a haunting story. It is a story of toxic black mold.
Head into the bed frame. Paralyzed in fear, under her breath, she said, "Please God help me." And then everything
Rewatch
stopped.
it with that perspective.
Energy, for sure. When she presents sometimes, I don't know if you guys experienced last time, she can present very foul smelling.
She's the only one that claims that there's negative shit here.
Look at this drawing right here.
Point that out.
You see it?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's the crooked neck lady.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that mistake has
Used
got
to
me
be a
in
daycare,
staying
and I
around
think
channel this morning.
kids were drawing what they were seeing.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Currents and wells create energy.
Oh, the original well. That is a portal. That's one of the theories, that is a portal.
He literally said that and this flashed.
There's no way. Okay, yeah, I definitely.
I don't believe
I
that.
think we should go back upstairs.
You don't want to crawl
As
down?
hard as she wants to make the place haunted, I feel like she did something like the wiring is
I was
intentional.
not touching you at all.
It was like right here.
Whether they intentionally make it flicker or they intentionally don't fix the issues because it makes it spookier.
Maybe let's take a little tour of the whole basement. Come back here.
Let's do it. Oh no, fuck no, we're not going down there.
What?
That is just scary as hell.
Okay, this was the method thing,
Down the Estes stuff.
The best way that we know how to communicate.
which I think the Estes stuff is the Estes method is the spirit box thing that they did with the blindfold.
back and forth. Oh my god, it's going up to red, dude. I would love to figure out why Abigail says we
Yeah,
shouldn't
there's
go
a
down here.
cord.
What is down here?
Did you guys hear like footsteps over there?
There's a bright orange electric cord right there.
Larry, give me your hand. I'm scared.
Yeah, okay. Estes method spirit box session using sensory deprivation so that answers are clear and 100% authentic. Bet. So what the parents described is known today as a poltergeist.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, I'm about to turn it on. Let's whisper the questions. Who is here with us?
Yeah, I guess.
Why are you
The static
trying
sounds
to
that they
talk
add every
about
time it flickers.
specifically?
No.
Do you not want to talk to us? Tell us to leave and we'll leave. You don't want to talk. We get it.
Rattling things and moving things around. The movie shows the girls and wife being possessed. The time that Miss Perrin claims to have been possessed during the 1974 seance. Yeah, so it was, I guess, originally a poltergeist.
Who is?
I'm Sam.
I'm Lorraine.
I'm Colby.
And this is Bella that you're talking with. Again, we mean no harm. We just want to hear your story.
Anna?
Somebody named Anna here?
That just spiked up. Anna, do you have a message for us?
I don't
I don't.
understand. Wait. It's just like a bunch of like sounds. Like I can't really tell.
It's hard to like hear specifics.
Yeah.
Okay, well you said there's somebody named Anna, and we said, do you want to talk to us? And it says don't know.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
One more time. What is down here in the basement? People keep saying that we shouldn't come down here.
Famous?
Girl, you want a picture?
One girl.
Girl, you want a picture?
God. What do you want with the one girl?
You've been
I like
talking to
him.
Bella?
Is there...
I'm back.
What the fuck? I'm back?
What
Unless somebody just knew got here.
Yeah, it's very...
happens?
What happens?
C.
We're trying to see you. Can you show yourself?
D.
Have we seen you before? D is maybe Dave?
You.
Dave, possibly? Do you want to keep talking to us? We understand if
Yeah.
you don't.
Yeah? Okay.
You said I'm back. Who are you?
Good.
Oh.
This is a good thing.
Maybe it's Abigail.
Could it be Abigail? I'm back.
Abigail, are you down here?
Are you here to protect us?
E.
C-D-E.
Insane.
C-D-E, as in like the alphabet?
Like she's trying to get us to do
The alphabet thing.
Abigail, we don't.
I'm gonna say one major fucking thing here, that I have a big problem with, and it's, I would say, paranormal, but also scientific. Do not try to draw conclusions in the middle of your fucking experiment. It doesn't mean anything.
We don't have Cody and Satori with us, but we will later.
Run. Behind.
Okay.
Oh, what the fuck?
Wait, also my ears ringing really bad.
Really? You feel something behind you?
Run behind. We should not be here.
My ears just ring so
I
bad.
just got like a huge cold feeling in my back
Again?
when I said behind.
Well, then let's go.
Like something might be. Okay, yeah. Let's go back upstairs just for a sec. Let's go. Are you okay?
Yeah.
It says run behind. Oh, this thing's going off.
They said run multiple times.
So that's their EMF method, I guess. Yeah, and the music and like all the sound effects, static every time the EMF goes off, things like that. is to drive more feeling. Oh, okay, so I guess this is gonna go straight into theirs. Because I only wanted the experiments. I wasn't going to actually, I don't want to play all the clips of the Estes method because I don't believe it, and it bothers me that they draw conclusions constantly instead of just taking the data and then reviewing the data after.
Like the spirits have just been like
Yeah, it is a production.
touching me and like making me feel
Cue sad music.
If it's Abigail, though, it might just be that she has a message for you, which we're gonna find out with Cody and support.
Yeah, but it is weird how much not only it's going to communicate.
Oh my god, that shirt. Oh my god, that shirt.
Like touching your leg, being behind you multiple times and giving you those cold flashes, you know?
This was the only shirt I had with no cum on it. I like him.
Still feel confident?
Yeah.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Together.
Yeah, we'll do it together.
Okay.
Which I guess you can argue that most paranormal things, shows, videos, YouTubers, whatever, do that. Like even the ones on TV to amplify the whole mood and everything. So they can, I guess, use that as an argument.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, we take. Oh my god. I hope not. I hope it's at least Abigail.
We've just been on.
There we go.
It started a couple years ago. Cody and I found, for some reason, when we first met, when we touch hands or arms or something, connect in some way, it enables everybody to hear spirits in the room. We didn't really know what it was at first. It just sounded like a bunch of stomping and banging noises. But then we started to figure out over time that it was people that we were able to communicate with.
I think when certain living energies meet, you kind of bond together well, and in this case, it kind of makes the light a little brighter to draw spirit in. You'll hear them walk in from the room.
We've never communicated with anything we think is inhuman or anything like that. We've only ever talked to people. We believe that there are some very grumpy people and some very nice people. So we've talked to a variety of those. So everybody knows there's nothing in my shoes.
Okay, I have no idea for timeline purposes if this happened before or after the interview. But in the interview, they claimed that they've talked to hundreds of people all over. And she says they've never encountered anything evil, I guess. But I guess, isn't the original Conjuring house supposed to be a poltergeist? It's supposed to be negative? The Chapter said that the only nice person in the house, yet everyone is freaked out that there's a witch, but the only witch is the false one that the Warrens lied about to talk the parents into doing a seance. And we got Native Americans and soldiers. Yeah, and the kids were the ones that wrote the books, which...
They're in my pockets or anything.
Feel free to try to debunk this as hard as you can. Here we go, guys.
So it's gonna take a second.
See?
But if anybody's here,
Very
I'm
intentional
standing in
about
Christine and Nancy's
connecting.
room, above the dining room. So I'm standing here waving.
The footsteps are coming.
You can come towards me. And when you're right in front of me, I'm gonna ask you to stomp your feet or hit something, okay? Can you do that maybe, let's say 3 times to let me know you understand me? 3. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I know, excitement. I know, you love talking. So 1 for yes, 2 for no of that same noise, okay? Can I get a yes, no?
I can't tell if...
Thank you.
So, Lorraine's friends say his reactions look genuine. And I'm looking at Bella, and it looks like she's like forcing a face, but it could be because she's trying to process what happened, and if the camera points at her while she's doing that, she's not going to be making a face. So it could be something of like pressure on that sense of why it doesn't look genuine, but it doesn't look genuine.
Have we talked to you before? All right, I'm gonna go through the alphabet. When I get
But
to
again,
the first
could be
letter of your
processing.
name, you're gonna knock. When I restart, I'm gonna get to the second letter of your name, you're gonna knock again, and I'll keep restarting until I spell it out, okay? Okay, A, B, C, A, B, Abigail.
She's here.
Abigail Arnold. Thank you so much.
Channeling is acting as an intermediary to bring information directly from an entity in another dimension. In effect, mediumship is a form of channeling, but the term is more generally applied to those who channel information from non-physical beings who may or may have not previously lived on this plane, rather than from deceased spirits or family members. So...
Okay, you're trying to spell? Okay, I'm gonna start with the first word, okay? A.
One of the things that, like, I can't do is be inauthentic for purposes, or for reasons like this. Because I'm afraid that if I put something up that's inauthentic, somebody who knows better or whatever is gonna be like, that's not what that is. Or anything. Which, again, the whole channeling thing with spirits and talking to people's loved ones who are on them and everything, that's an incredible conclusion to come to. A biased conclusion to come to. Okay. Yeah, so timeline 1971 is when the parents move in and notice strange things. 1971 to 1973, what gets worse. Warrens hear about it, knock on the door. 73. The next year's, the next year, actually it was 3 years. The Warren, wasn't it? That the Warrens kept calling and showing up. Oh no, it was 1 year. It was like 3 seances in 1 year. That's what it was. And finally, they weren't welcome anymore. They finally had seance. The mom is possessed by a demon that's flying in the air, and the kids see it. Yeah, I guess, and she's on the floor, and like they said something about like having a seizure. And when he went over to check on her, that's when the Warrens were like, "No," and so he punched him. Like, I'm not gonna not save my wife because you think she's a demon. The parents lived there until 1980. There's only one seance. Didn't they visited multiple times? Like, they kept coming back. That was something that was discussed in the video, I believe, last time. Okay, so all of that is like 1971. It's like strange things moving. But they're claiming that Abigail was at this house first and died somewhere in like 1870. I think it was 1871. So 100 years before the parents moved in. Which was also not colonial.
B.
Try to stand right over here so we can hear you really well.
Come on over. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, they visited continually.
A, B,
until they're finally like,
D,
fine,
E,
if it'll make you go away, we'll do it.
B,
And then
C,
someone gets
D,
hurt and they're like, you
E,
fucking
F,
told you.
G, H, I, J, K, L, B, E, L, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H,
Yep, timeline.
I, J, K, L, A.
So did nothing happen in those 100 years? Because I believe that the soldiers that they're talking about were also around Abigail's time. Or, so that would, like before would be probably Civil War soldiers.
Bella? Okay, what about?
She's been talking with Bella directly almost all night.
She wants a message. We said
Who was Abigail and what happened in the 100 years between that?
E, F, G, H, I, word I, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I.
Is there any proof of... Wait. Abigail was the daughter of Martha Hopkins and Sylvanus Cook. Oh, I guess this is from theconjuringhouse.com. She married John Arnold in 1795 when she was 19 years old. And they lived at the estate where John... I don't know where that paragraph was on this page that I was reading because it's what showed up in the Google thing. But it says property history. The Conjuring House land precedes its colonial records by thousands of years while it was occupied by Nipmuc, Nipmuc, and other local tribes prior to Roger Williams purchasing the land as part of the establishment of the colony of Rhode Island and Providence plantations. Having been expelled from the Massachusetts Bay Colony for espousing freedom of religious worship and separation of church and state, Roger established Providence plantations in 1636 in Narragansett, Rhode Island. In 1639, Gloucester, which is now Burleville, Rhode Island, became part of the Providence plantations, including this estate, deeded to the Richardson family. The land was deeded in 1680 and was survived to John Smith, one of the original Virginia colonists. Roger Smith believed the best way to preserve the land was to deed large parcels to those who did not follow him in his teachings. He did so to protect it from rather overt encroachment from Connecticut and Massachusetts. The original estate deeded the Richardsons was more than 1,000 acres. Holy shit. It was subsequently sold off in parcels to families in the area, some of who are still there hundreds of years later. Because women had no rights to property at this time, their estate transferred through marriage from the first colonists, the Richer family, to the Arnold family. From the Arnold family, it was transformed to the Butterworths and then to the Kenyons before being purchased by the Perrins in the 1970s. In 1980, the Schwartz family purchased the property and sold it to Norma Sutcliffe in 1987. Cora and Jen Henson purchased the property in 2019 from Nora Sutcliffe and launched the business to allow investigations and day tours. 2019, which was a year after they discovered their power. In May 2022, Jacqueline Nunez purchased the property and is continuing and growing the business. The house as it now stands was completed in 1736. 40 years before the signing of the Declaration of Independence. This magnificent homestead has survived countless storms, King Philip's War, the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and the unbridled growth of the industrial age in America. This house is a testament to the need to preserve history. 8 generations of one extended family have lived and someone had lived and died in it, and apparently some of them never left or visited with some frequency. History has a story to tell. We will never know all of it, some of which has been lost to the annals of time, but one thing is for certain, there are few places like it which remain intact, and it deserves reverence for the national treasure that it is. Went on the internet. Okay, so I looked up the Nipmuc people. Contact with traders. The first recorded contact with Europeans was 1630. He took maize to sell to starving colonists of Boston. So he stole it. The colonists carried diseases such as smallpox, to which the Native Americans had no immunity, and tribes in New England suffered high mortality rates to these infectious diseases. After the colonists encroached on their land, negotiated fraudulent land sales. With that 1,000 acres. and introduced legislation designed to encourage further European settlement. Many Nipmuc joined Metacomet's war against colonial expansion, known as King Philip's War, in 1675. They were unable to defeat the colonists. Many of the Nipmuc were... Oh, my ear. Were interned on Deer Island in Boston Harbor and died of disease and malnutrition. Others were either executed or sold into slavery. Which, another thing that I want to know is if this is all plantation area and everything, but there's no African American spirits. Because, you know, they were not treated well and probably didn't die in good circumstances. But we don't talk about that. Okay, so the general region is just like Rhode Island, Connecticut, some in Massachusetts. And problems. The Warrens claim that Bathsheba Sherman was a witch, and that claim is false. That claim isn't in the page either. It's not in the history. They claim that Bathsheba killed herself in the house and her soul stayed there. That claim is false. Bathsheba never killed anyone and died in Berryville in 1885, 20 years after the end of the Civil War. None of the deaths at her house were listed as suspicious. The Warrens invented all the horror and gore and played the parents' paranoia. Yeah. A lot of this is about Massachusetts, though, and Boston. Because, so Daniel Gookin, who lived 1612 to 1687, was the one that distinguished the Nipmuc tribe. And these Native American groups became decentralized as individuals were unhappy with their chiefs and they joined different groups. So I don't know. I have questions. Also, witchcraft has always been legal in America. There were no laws against it. It's no laws except the fact that Christian extremism. Basically, claim to cultists as a right religion. There would be no mechanism to legally identify as a witch other than word of mouth and hearsay. Yeah, they claim it to be colonial, even though it's 40 years. So I think the claim is because the plantation existed during the during King Philip's War. She was born in the 1800s? This feels like somebody like nonsense their way through a fucking history report. I have to pull up multiple like fucking tabs to even figure out what the fuck they're saying. So they're claiming because that tribe existed during the King Philip's War, that is why the Native American spirits would be on the land. However, at that time, the Conjuring House, the owned land or whatever, was over 1,000 acres. So there's no... Yes, Bastille by Sherman, 1814 to 1885. Abigail died in like 1871, didn't she? There's no Sherman living at the Conjuring House. Abigail Arnold. So the first people to buy it was the original colonizer, John. And then John could only pass it through marriage or something, I guess, because women can't inherit. So it went to the Arnold family. And that's Abigail Arnold. Yeah, because women had no rights to property at the time in history. It got transferred through marriage from the first colonists, which were the Richardson family, to the Arnold family. And then it went to the Butterworths, but it doesn't say when. And then the Kenyans, doesn't say when. And then the Perrins, which was 1970. It was just established during the Conjuring House land precedes its colonial records by thousands of years while it was occupied by the Nipmuc and other local tribes, prior to Roger Williams purchasing the land as part of an establishment of the colony of Rhode Island and Providence plantations. Fraudulent land. He's skipping over this?
Touched? You touched Bella?
No fucking way.
Where?
That was it.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Leg.
Yes.
You touched her leg to try to tell her you were there?
The land was deeded in 1680.
C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N,
We heard drums, so we know that there's Native Americans or whatever. Nobody has looked into the history or whatever of why. And that's not included at all. They just said because it sounds like a local tribe.
A, R, R.
Okay.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I.
Larry. That is crazy. How do you know my name? Oh, I signed it.
Sorry, that made me laugh. Are you talking?
I love him. I found a site that said the records are problematic. Someone did kill themselves in 1866, and there are no addresses, but the name is Susan Arnold, wife of John. Yeah, Susan Arnold. It passed, because she couldn't own it or whatever, it passed to her family. So it was John Smith, and then it was John Smith in 1680. and then the Richardson family, and then the Arnold family. But it was John Smith. Yeah, it's incredibly problematic because it's genocide, probably.
Talking about, okay.
Hi, girl.
But there's absolutely no link that confirms the suicide is at the property. Exactly, that's what I was saying, is because in 1639, they established the providences, which included this land. But it also included things that are now Burleville, Rhode Island, and Nagarset, Rhode Island. So there's no proof that anything is actually Conjuring House. They're just saying stuff that happened in the provinces. Which, again, the Native American tribe was abundant on this land, but there's nothing that says that they lived or died on that property. There's a description of what John Arnold did, but the problem is that his description does not fit out the layout of the Conjuring House. Therefore, it's unlikely that the account of Abigail Arnold and this whole thing is made up. The record of who did what, where is lost history. It's just as lost in 1793 as it is now, and Warren's made up the rest.
Isn't this crazy?
A B C D E F F A B C.
Wait a minute.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R L A R R.
Yeah, I didn't hear a tap on those.
G H I J K L. Okay, A B C D E F G H I.
Larry. That is crazy. How do you know my name? Oh, I signed it.
Sorry, that.
Oh my God.
Are you talking about? Okay.
Hi, girl. Hey. No. Isn't this crazy?
A B C D E F F A B C D E F G H I J K L M.
Family.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W A B C D E F.
The taps on this one are so weird. Okay, so somebody on Reddit, Reasonable Law 1998 says, is there factual evidence that she even lived there? Abigail Arnold is the title. I've only done one quick dive into Google with her name, and one guy who tries to debunk things went into the history and deaths, and they're pretty in-depth. The Mrs. Arnold who lived there hasn't been identified beyond the name, but there was an Abigail Arnold, but she died at 93 due to old age. There was another woman, Susan Arnold, who died at 50/53 by hanging. It doesn't matter since they said Abigail was with them all the way at the park. This was 8 days ago somebody put this. Yeah, Susan hung herself, but not at the Conjuring House. Which is probably why most people don't touch this legally. Yeah. Someone said there's a gravestone, and I believe Andrea Perron talks about her in the book. And somebody responded and said, Andrea Perron is just making stuff up in her book. There was no Abigail that hanged herself in the barn. Skeptical Inquirer. It was sold in 2019 for $439,000. Give the brief synopsis. Paranormal investigators, parentheses, I use that term very loosely, Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Perron family claimed that paranormal experiences went on for 10 years until the family abounded in 1980. The new owners of the house, Corey and Jennifer Heinzen, were very interested in the farmhouse. According to several interviews, Corey fell in love with it after visiting the house before it had gone up for sale. Not surprisingly, Corey and his wife are also ghost hunters, and Corey feels that there's a piece of paranormal history. Since moving, Corey claims to have experienced standard ghostly activities, doors opening and closing, footsteps, knocking, disembodied voices. He even claimed that there's a black mist describing it as it looks like a smoke. Yeah, I'm reading, it's on skepticalinquirer.org, and it's called Correcting the Conjuring House History.
N-O-P-Q-R-S-T. Watching? Watching? No. A, B,
No.
C, D, E, F, G, H, I.
Stop.
A, B, C, D, E. Family watched. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J.
Do you have something to say?
M, N, O, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V. Over. A, B, C, D, E, F,
Why
G,
is it-
H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O,
Why is it that
P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
when they're downstairs in the, I guess, living room area, so where they were last time when Colby was sitting on the couch and Sam was standing with the camera, when they first did this experiment, the knocks were very loud and they were like right next to them. But anywhere else they go, you can barely hear it. And like I am having a difficult time even hearing this one, which I guess I didn't pay as much attention to when like watching through it the first time, because it's probably beyond the point of disbelief, you know?
H, I, W, H, I, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, W, H, I, L. While A, B, C, D, D, A, B, C, D.
A noise detector,
A,
a vibration
B, C,
detector.
D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, A. Was A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. Gone. Family watched while Dad was gone? Does that make sense for
that's
you?
crazy. Yeah, my dad he was just in jail. He just got out recently.
Family was watching over, make sure everything was okay?
Oh.
That's good.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
And my dad got into a car accident while he was on my birthday.
Oh no.
Which is crazy.
Someone please get a noise
I just
detector.
found out
Yeah.
yesterday. That's so crazy.
So there's absolutely categorically no way.
And they're not reacting as if it's touching the floor up here either. When downstairs they react as if it touches as if they're like, I can feel the vibrations and all
I'm
that.
like I can't even speak.
And this sounds like it's in the other room.
And I was listening and obviously was seeing it firsthand is like way more insane.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's way more beautiful than I expected it to be.
Yeah, someone in the
It's
basement.
a beautiful thing for sure.
And you get good at the
How much space is between the bottom floor and the basement? That's what I mean by investigate the house. Is there a crawl space there? And we received a message that we cannot share publicly. Now Bella just looks confused. It's all like right here in her eyebrows. That's what I thought.
Can you come up?
Just have some questions.
Because if they're on the ground floor in the living room and then the basement's underneath, there could be a crawl space between the bottom floorboards and the top of the ceiling in the basement. And if there's a crawl space there, which a lot of old houses have because of like
I don't know why it works, but it does. It's weird.
everything being illegal,
one thing.
or a false ceiling, yeah.
For anybody here
Or they
on
could have
Earth in
put it
physical
in.
form, what would it be?
If you could reach 1 million people, what would you say?
Like they could have put it in, like lowered the basement ceiling to have a crawl space there.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W A B C D E. We A B R A B C D E F.
That's the thing I would look for first.
L M N O A.
Because I know like a lot of prohibition houses have it, but you know, this being before that, it could have been added at any point in history. But I guarantee if you look on the right side, that slanted ceiling, there's a crawl space back there. I guarantee it.
B C D E F G H I J K.
That would be awesome.
You're okay?
Oh my god.
The floor exploded and a demon hand just like.
Good. That's good.
I'm so in awe right now.
Thank you, Abigail.
When did you die again? 1860.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
She died in 1869.
Could they give like any thought of like what they see or how they're seeing us?
I'm writing stuff down now.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, of course.
A B C D E F G H I J K L A B C D E F G H I L I A B C D E F G.
Light. Yeah, you see light.
That's beautiful.
Awesome. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Are you with your loved ones?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it like how they describe heaven? Like, is everybody in one place?
A B C D E F G G A B.
Why does it feel like little kids asking questions?
H I J K L M N O.
Or like asking a little kid questions.
E F G H I J K L M N O.
Good.
Like, do you see the sky?
That's what she said yesterday.
Yeah.
2 days ago. 2 days ago.
Is it beautiful?
The sky?
Good.
A B C D E F G H I J K L.
What color is it?
P Q R A B C D E E A B C D E F G H I J K L.
It's real.
Oh my god.
That's so
We
beautiful.
believe you.
She said it to you, man.
So beautiful. Is there any specific goal and or meaning for us humans on Earth? Anything that could help?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Okay.
So Susan Arnold hung herself.
D E F G H I
And we,
K L.
so like,
C D E F G.
first of all, surmising who is actually at the Conjuring house because of all of the plantation shit. It's probably safe to say that the Arnolds would be in the same place. So if Susan is the wife, wait. That... And this was all researched, and the Tappers absolutely would have access to that information. Yeah, this is 100% given a show. Yeah, I'm gonna say, just based on the history of the house, yeah, it's not real, but also the the Conjuring house and these two coming together created a recipe that they could not, because like basically the Conjuring house, they make up their history to cover up the fact that there was a Native American genocide that happened in New England or whatever, and these people, I'm pretty sure he's only doing it to get laid, so I think it is just, it's not a coincidence that they ended up at this place.
G H I J K L M N O.
I think she was hearing what he said.
The universe just gave us a fun little treat.
Him. Yeah.
That's amazing, guys. Fucking love it.
I love that.
It's always the answer. It's the answer.
Fucking beautiful.
That's really cool.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Thank you guys so much.
Of course, guys.
So much.
And Abigail, thank you. Thank you. She walk away. You heard her walk away.
This is insane.
What do you guys think of that?
So crazy.
You think that's my
Can we
life?
try? Maybe we can create something.
So you want to see something? Okay, so Abigail, if you're here, can you come into the room and just stomp your feet as much as possible? So, we're not hearing anything.
Look at him.
It's going through.
It's their connection.
It's like electricity.
See, it's like the
Crazy.
fucking chicken.
So can I lift your sleeve a little bit just so they're okay?
The
Perfect.
wrists work the best for some
They
reason.
do.
Do I hold you too?
Sure, if
Or-
you want to.
This is insane. No, like this is absolutely insane.
Can you walk around, please?
Can you walk next to her?
Bella won't hold him. That man's got vibes. That man's
Do
got
you feel
vibes. She won't
Yeah.
hold his wrist.
I said the same thing. I know. Can you just like keep walking around a little bit? But watch, as soon as I.
Wow.
Isn't that weird? I don't know.
Have you ever asked?
So can I lift your sleeve a little bit just so they're okay?
The
Perfect.
wrists work the best for some
They
reason.
do.
Do I hold you too?
Sure, if
Or-
you want to.
This is insane. No, like this is absolutely insane.
Can you walk around, please?
Can you walk next to her?
Do you feel it? Yeah. I said the same thing. I know. Can you just like keep walking around a little bit? But watch, as soon as I.
Wow.
Isn't that weird? I don't
Have
know.
you ever asked why you guys?
I don't know.
There was kind of like a gap there. I don't know. That they did that experiment again, and again the results were not. The tapping was not consistent. But I guess she was supposed to be moving around. I don't know. Like sleaze vibes. I don't know. I don't. There's a vibe that certain men have, and women can sense it before they even like open their mouths or look at them or anything. If like you're standing near him or whatever, it's like if we were alone, he might be assaulting me right now. That guy has those vibes, which is why I think he's doing all of this shit to get laid.
They haven't really told us.
A lot
what
of people
to
have
do.
theorized. I mean, I was sick for a while. I died once. A lot of people think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, he died from complications of cancer, and then
Yeah,
he came
oh my
back.
God. Yeah, they got me back. I really think it's living energy when they meet. I really think when certain people, you feel really good when you're around a certain person, like your best friend or something. And I think when you work with that person a lot, I mean, everyone's paying attention to the equipment these days, right?
Best
now.
friend or
Yes, they're not
something?
once
She
in a while,
friend
and
zoned
you hear
him.
it, and then that's the end of it. You don't keep going with that. So
I don't
think
believe in the friend zone, but
We've known since 2018 we could do this, but we kept it a secret.
she
until
probably straight up told him that she's not gonna fuck him, and so he's been keeping this up for this
People
long.
are gonna be absolutely terrified of us, and we also didn't want to be those people. Like, we don't want to make money off this. We don't want to like exploit it as much as we can. So it's just kind of like we're here doing it for whoever you know.
They're
is
trying
meant
to keep it
have
small.
Obviously, Abigail likes you guys, so she told us about you.
Trying to keep it
She
small.
knew you were coming before we knew, so
Yeah, how is that?
could have overheard it. She could have just known. Sometimes I think time works a bit differently over there. Maybe she knew ahead of time.
Do you guys know if they can travel wherever they want to at any time?
She has come and gone.
Absolutely.
Yes.
They've said that they've gone to different places. I mean, she says she's not stuck here. You know, she's just here because she loves being here. I mean, she had 14 kids, so I'm sure she visited.
She had 14 kids. So was Susan her child? I don't know. Okay, so this I was reading through again the definitions. So a medium is a person sensitive to the vibrations of level 2, the spirit world. By adjusting his or her vibrations, consciously or unconsciously, a bridge is established between the two worlds, enabling spirit to communicate with those of this world. Mediumship is an ancient and universal practice found throughout history in all parts of the world. So, it's not, I guess, because they're claiming that they're channeling, or because they're claiming that they're talking to family members, they're not channeling, because channeling is something different. They're just doing mediumship. I don't know. Most of spirit divination is not talking to the ghosts of dead ones. Dead loved ones, whatever. So they're doing mediumship reading. So a reading is basically the reading of energy. You can use the tarot cards, the tea leaves, a Ouija board, you know, whatever. You can use that, and then that's what's going to give you your message. A medium would read from the information provided by spirits. So I guess they're going to call it a new tool, but I'm going to call it celibacy. Oh my god. Yeah, all we know for sure is the tapping.
Also sees the house like it's still her time period from time to time. Like sometimes she'll just come through and be like, watch out for my candles. And I'm like, I don't see a candle. But she does. So it's almost like she's still wherever. So time's different. I don't know.
Is there anything that you guys specifically have?
So time's different, so she wouldn't know if you painted the house, as they said in their interview. Medium is a term that falls under channeling, and channeling is like the umbrella. And then clairsentience is a seer, I believe. Oh no, clairvoyance is a seer. It means clear seeing. It's the ability of a medium to see in his or her mind's eye spirits and to see scenes and other informations being brought to people of the seance. Yeah.
Learned from this method over the last years that you would want to tell an audience?
What can we tell?
they always describe wherever they are as a good place. Live life to the fullest. When your time comes, you'll be ready for that.
I mean, you said the place that she's in is a good. Do they know if there is a bad place?
Have you asked?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't know if we've outright asked that.
Yeah, it's kind of. I think we should say that for the next episode.
Space!
Also, they don't only talk in haunted houses, they talk everywhere. We've talked to them outside, we've talked to them in haunted houses, we've talked to them in grocery stores, we've talked to them everywhere. So they're all around.
Thank you guys again so much.
Thank you guys so much.
If you want to see it at any point, just let us know, okay?
Yeah. And if you guys want to see any, like, their shoes or anything, or any way to, like, debunk things, like, it's the chance we could do it.
Yeah, I'm clairvoyance.
I have no
ANCE.
questions. I'm not going to question anything, but that was just beautiful.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Which would be what a clairvoyant does.
Hug, that's fine.
Yeah, you sure?
But like not, I don't think they see things, well, magically. Because there's clairalience, which is smell, clairaudience, which is hearing, clairhambience, which is taste, clairsentience, which is actually seeing or hearing. It is a psychic perception of information, be it sounds, smells, names, dates, dress, etc. And then clairvoyance is clear seeing, and it's the ability of the mind's eye to see.
I love hugs. I love hugs.
You're amazing.
It's great to meet you.
I love Lorraine. Sweet. Oh my god, another one in the basement?
Yo, there's some character development.
It's funny. And again, I'm not sure that this is like the, now my left ear is doing it. It's not the universal. These are. I don't think these are the universal definition. I just know that the Buckland's things are the Buckland's books and series, because this is like actually a workbook. It's like a textbook that you can like test on and stuff. That I know that they're generally seen to be pretty good.
I'm in the well room. Hi. Ooh, you're loud. Can you come over here? Can you? You just want to stay over here? Okay. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Okay, even though he was pointing it at the ground, it sounds like the sound is now coming from the ceiling, and now it is also as loud as it was in the living room, but not as loud as it was on the second story. It's in the
That
house.
same noise, okay? Have we talked to you before? Do you want to answer questions? Okay.
Oh.
What do we do now?
Is there somebody else?
Yeah, is there someone we can talk to down here?
They literally said I don't want to answer questions.
Well, these guys can talk to spirits and they hold each other's arms platonically. And the spirits all respond in the exact same way by tapping lightly as she goes through the alphabet like a Ouija board. And the kids have EMF detectors that go off and get super emotional. Yeah, that sound is in the basement. Or that's a false ceiling above them. And like, so technically they're in the basement space, but they're right above them. The tapper is right above them.
A, B, C, D, E.
Wait a minute. You can see my cursor, right? So this, you can see the support beams in the floor. This you cannot. Support beams? No support beams.
F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, A, B, C, D, E,
And the
F,
plaster
G,
looks pretty
H,
new.
I, J, K, L, M, N, O.
It's our friend.
What?
The woods. What about the woods? Can you tell me about them?
It sounds like it's coming from like around that light bulb, which
tell me
they have
why
a
the
directional mic.
Okay, why?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, A, B, C.
Hitting the wall.
A, B, C,
See?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O.
Yeah, the light is new,
A,
the
B,
ceiling
C,
is
D,
new,
E, F, G,
but the walls
H,
are
I,
all
J, K, L,
original.
M.
Come. More? No. You just want us to come to the woods. No thanks.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm getting the chills.
What would happen if...
Why would
Colby and I
they
went
fix
to
the
woods?
ceiling and not the walls? But also, why would they fix half the ceiling? You're either gonna finish the basement or you're not gonna finish the basement.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
Why is it half support beams?
Find out? That's fucking no.
Is there another room in the basement behind that wall that his back is against?
Are you just? I think you're being a bit of a trickster. I think you want to scare people a little bit, just a tiny bit. No comment.
No god.
Where's Abigail?
Abigail. Abigail Arnold.
She's
Abigail. Hi.
I feel safe.
Thank
You
god.
make everybody feel so safe. You know that?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, A, B, C, D, E, A, B, A, R, E, A.
Yeah,
A, B,
it's
C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, L.
More.
A, B,
It could
C,
even
D,
be
E,
like,
F, G, H, I, A.
so see like here to over here-ish could be a crawl space between the walls above. So like they could be walking in like essentially a skinny hallway and tapping along. Or the like a crawl space could be between the bottom floor and the basement ceiling, which means they would be horizontal probably. They probably wouldn't be tall enough to stand without physically noticing it on the house. But it could be a crawl space between the hallway or between walls. Because like they implemented stuff like this, and a lot of that shit exists in older houses like that, so they could access things to put like electricity in the house because didn't always have electricity, you know.
B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X,
Because
Y,
this right here being a support beam that goes this way instead of the ones that go this way, means that there could be a wall there.
She was saying realize 100 times last night.
The woods.
Yeah. What do we need to realize about the woods?
And he just jumped to the conclusion woods, and she just jumps with it.
K L M N O P Q R S T U V W A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R A. More? A B C D E F G H I J K L M N.
Warning.
Real warning. She's giving us a real
It looks
warning
cleverly
not to
left,
know
partly
this.
damaged.
We got that last night, yeah. On the spirit box that said realize multiple times. We said realize what?
What was
the
that?
dangerous.
I just heard like a whisper or something in my ear, like right over here. That was like wicked loud. It sounded like a like really.
Cold over there.
If somebody's down here, can you say something as loud as possible?
Colby, we're not going to the woods. See, this is what I mean. So in the beginning, she like, because the sounds are clear and everything, she doesn't do like the thing with her head. She seems like objective and everything. And then now it's like, what's that? What's that? I heard whispering. Like it's, I don't know. Her demeanor shifts. Nobody else reacted to the sound.
Hello? Are you someone new? Someone different? Abigail?
Woods guy?
That could be above them.
You're gonna go by Woods Guy now? Okay.
He likes it.
He likes
Yeah,
Woods guy.
you gave him a nickname. I've just never called him anything,
Woods
so.
guy.
Why do you want us to go out there so bad?
It's really loud. A, B, C. See? You telling us to just come see it? I don't trust you. I'm good.
Where?
Yeah, anywhere specific?
A B B. Bridge.
On the bridge?
On the bridge?
Under the bridge.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O.
Over.
I don't go over the bridge at night, and that's one of the reasons why. I'm good.
We slept there 2 nights ago. Were you with us in the woods
Just
that
ghosting.
night?
Were you
I'd
the
love
one
to
that
see
said
someone
you were trying
possessed.
to attack? Someone said that they were trying to attack, and then someone said they were trying to stalk us.
Could have been the same person.
Probably. Knowing Woods guy over here.
They call that a spirit box.
Just walk away.
You just like walk that way or something.
Oh, fuck no. We slept there 3 nights ago. Are we safe?
Let's
though?
not sleep there again, yeah?
Oh, we slept there?
It sounds like somebody's just trying to scare us.
Scare?
Yeah.
Seems like somebody likes to watch you in the woods, though.
Someone did say my intention is to attack, stalk, and I got a bad feeling.
And we stayed over anyway.
And Abigail's trying to warn us about something.
She
There's
is.
something to be warned about.
The spirits in the house have said multiple times that they don't go outside at night. Like, they don't like the spirits outside as much. Like, they'd just be cautious, you know, like it's a completely different
My
ballgame
face.
is what they're getting at.
That one was probably the worst reading yet. You can blatantly hear that the sounds are not coming through the floor because basement stomping would sound completely different than that, even though they're pointing the camera at the floor. Multiple times they get a first letter, and Judge Awura, like, bridge has never come up in the investigation this far or anything, and she just automatically went with that after B and C would just come and, you know, just trying to make it spooky because it's the spooky basement. It was leading with her body language and what's that and all that. She was leading to conclusions. You get a 0 out of 10 on that one. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know.
I trust Abigail a lot more than I trust my own senses, so I don't go out there at night.
Yeah, I think we should trust Abigail. How am I supposed to get home?
I don't go down to the bottom field personally, like past.
It could be like, it looks like a bunch of people just standing around there posing and acting. Again, that could be the fact that there's a camera being pointed at them. Like, that's why I thought, like, Bella's confusion earlier looked like it was a bit forced, but it could be because if she was actually processing the moment, her face would be blank, and she realized that he pointed the camera at her, so she has to, like, perform confused on her face. So it could be that they're just awkward because there's a camera there. Or, you know, it could be fake. But I'm going to say that session was not... That was not good.
It's the back of the house.
Not convinced by that.
What would happen?
What would happen? Yeah.
That's who I don't want to find out.
He literally said, find out.
Nothing.
Scale of 1 to 10 now. How much do you believe?
Probably a good 9 now.
Good 9.
Yes.
All right. Bella?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. All right. Well, there you have it, guys.
It honestly opened my eyes a lot, and I will say I'm glad that it was with you guys because it was way more comforting.
Hell yeah.
I can't stand white people.
Oh my god, he's my favorite. I can't stand white people. They don't say they don't mumble. Yeah, it's probably they could edit that out. You could edit it out of the audio and just put like a B-roll from a different camera or something, or from a different moment over it. They could also have like a studio quality mic or something. But they did this months and months ago. And I know that editing like a hour and 30 of an investigation would not take that long. So if you were like dubbing it and then they had to go back to the house to get more information to prove something like 1 month and 2 months later or whatever, it's because something was missing and the story didn't line up, I think.
Go, Bella.
Goodbye. There they go.
Back into our home for a week.
I definitely think that they have a good mic, though, because you can hear it, like, when she's saying goodbye, the distance, but when Sam's standing right in front of the camera, his voice is, like, a little grovelly. But
I want people to believe that we are actually sleeping here.
And it's not like... That's funny. It's not like... Oh, it's not like they don't have the budget or the resources or anything like that to have, you know, the best quality mics on everyone and everything. They definitely do. So it's a possibility that it's not and it's just mics, but they also claim that they're the only two sleeping there, but they definitely have a crew. Because when we did the interview stuff, there was like 2 different guys that are not public figures. So they claim that they're alone here, and it looks like they're shooting it alone, but they don't. They have a team.
I think people did.
Yes.
Like, for real.
That's fucking terrifying. Yeah, we're not doing that.
But there's...
I didn't want to go back that far.
You guys want to believe that we are...
I even the first time I saw it, I think it was a slip up.
Believe that we are actually sleeping here. I think people do.
Yes.
Like for real, guys, we're like doing this damn thing.
Sucks ass.
This is crazy.
Yeah. That feels forced. I want people to believe that we're staying here. It doesn't remove skepticism in any way, and it bothers me because fear pointing it out. No, yeah, nobody's pointing out the fact that there has been little to no skepticism. There's been hardly any questioning of anything. Most of the questioning they do is about what the spirits have to say or whatever, and not about the method in which they're communicating to see if it is something that they are communicating with. They just believe step 1 and go into question step 2, but step 1 is where like the biggest fault lies. Day 5. Okay, so this was the interview, which we watched the long version. We did the
graveyard we did 2 years ago.
This grave site is about 2 miles away.
And we're alone.
Attack and stop.
This gravesite is 2 miles away. That's not the same property. Because it was 1,000 acres, but it was split into providences before it was colonized. Yeah, it could be because they already... But the first ones weren't that. The first ones were basically just like... Were the same thing. They got a little looser on protocols, method, whatever, with the holding hands and everything. They got looser on that. And then do the spirit box shit again. Which they call it a spirit box, which is like the random one that's flipping through stations or whatever. But then they also do the Estes method, which uses an actual spirit box, which is the radio that flips through frequencies. I don't know what that thing is that they're just getting one word.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good good cut. Okay.
What's up, guys? It's Sam and Colby.
And welcome to Hell Week. We are currently trying to stay 1 week at the Conjuring House right behind us. And today is day 6.
6 already. Can you believe it?
2 nights.
That's, yeah, that basement's got to be bigger. Because the only thing that you see in those shots is the stairs and then that one, like, strip. Even when Sam, I think it was in the last episode, had to sit in the basement alone for a while, he's in that one area, but the full house. So there's areas in the basement that are not... The access isn't shown. I don't know if they're not accessible, but it's not shown. The fight to 3/4 of good rail. Yeah, if they analyze the tapping sounds, but like doing it different places and whatever doesn't analyze anything.
Nights left.
Guys, this has been both a beautiful experience where we're learning so much about the afterlife, but also kind of a scary one because there's a trickster we've been dealing with in the basement and the woods.
This house inspired the Conjuring saga. However, we've
Who
learned
said
that
that?
there's so many more deep
Who said that?
stories within the house, and it's about to get worse.
We each have a challenge for each other that we haven't played yet, and it's
Oh, that's the challenge for each other, is we're gonna get to stay in the basement. Okay, so I guess we can get a better look at the basement for a second, but does this one have a tapping? Actually, they're all in the basement for that. Let's look at the basement.
What is this? Oh god, I hate going down.
What? Why would they do that?
Something touched me. There's not.
What?
Yeah, nobody has mentioned at all that the Warren's completely fabricated, and I don't know if like Sam and Colby just didn't do research and don't know, or if it's just like if you're interviewing somebody and staying at the house for a week, it would be really uncomfortable to be like, hey, you're lying. You know? Conjuring House is creepy. They ignore legit historians. Have commented that you need to go a long way to find creepy stories about the house. The tappers communicate with the spirits. The tappers can find spirits everywhere. They're faking ignorance? I don't know. Because they didn't get into like the ghost hunting thing because they legitimately wanted to and wanted to educate themselves on how to do it properly. They did it because when they started doing it, it started bringing in way more views than breaking into abandoned buildings and trespassing. Or they probably weren't allowed to trespass anymore because they would get arrested. Or there's a possibility that they were arrested. But the reason I say that I don't think that they're faking ignorance is because if you don't do your research into paranormal stuff beyond just like watching ghost hunters or whatever, everybody believes in Ed and Lorraine Warren still. So it could be that they just are that ignorant and didn't do research on that at all. They're just trusting what is being said. So it's not an investigation at all. I don't know if they're claiming ignorance. I don't know. I'm saying it could be they're either ignoring the fact or they genuinely don't know because they don't look into it. Yeah, we found the stuff, but like I think you're thinking a little too analytically for them.
Here is where so much has gone down.
I saw something right there.
We're gonna go here, we're gonna get footage,
Like steam?
and we're gonna get views.
No, but one of the biggest manifestations here is like a haze mist type of thing.
That's what
like
I
that?
saw. Yeah, like just in that corner, and then you walk there and it disappeared.
The basement is set up super fucking weird.
With respect, please do not harm.
Over here is where the well is, where I had to get in yesterday.
They put these dollar bills out here for offerings. Wait,
this is from
Is that?
It could be.
Why does he have
Like I said, it could be fake ignorance. It could be that they're like genuinely just ignoring that that's a thing. It could be that they're whatever. It's that they don't care. Either way, whether they don't know, they don't care to do the research, or they know and they don't care to challenge it. I don't think it's like manipulative and all that. I think it's just they don't care. They just want to make the best video with the most amount of views.
I'm gonna leave my George Not Found bracelet here.
That's from Larry. Yeah. Larry sacrificed you, bro.
Oh, do we have to sacrifice something as well?
I don't have enough thing to sacrifice.
Do we have to sacrifice something as well?
He wanted you to have it.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm just trying to look at what is going on in the basement. Because they got more plaster above them and behind them, and it's parted into like 2 hallways once you get down the stairs. And I've never seen a basement like that. And this is one of the hallways. It has the room with the table at the end of it. And that cabinet's the same. This is the other hallway, I guess. Oh, looks like fucking crawl spaces. Look at this. It's a tiny hallway. That's not a regular door.
This like machinery over here?
That's a crawl space right in the middle. There's like a structure in the middle of the basement that has like a... It is our footage and our crew. No, I don't think they did. I don't think they did. I don't think they did that far. I really don't. Somebody in the crew might have researched it, but not them. I don't think so.
I've seen flashes of light down here before that weren't anywhere near machinery.
I think that's asking them to do research is credit. Giving them too much credit.
Is there a picture in here? Hey, yo, that kid's sexy, man. I don't even know who that is. Shout out this guy.
Let us know in the comments.
All right. That's Dave. Oh, God, what the fuck was that? Holy shit.
It has a much different smell over here.
It smells musty.
All EMF shit should be out of the question at all, with the amount of wires around them. I don't think that they present in any fashion in any video I've ever seen them is they present critical or analytical thinking.
Down here, we gotta be a little more aware of snakes.
That's still here from 2 years ago? The fuck?
There's a third one now.
Oh my god!
I think the furthest that the critical thinking goes is to one's own benefit. But that basement doesn't make sense. I'm saying that too, and I'm saying all EMF in the basement, which they do, I think, later. What?
Inside the tent. There's obviously a lot of energy throughout the house and the woods. We want to isolate who we're talking to. We are on top of the 5 graves that they found.
Faraday.
Sleeping at the Conjuring House.
Okay, now they're saying graves. Well, I know it's an act. I do.
Outside my house.
This is a Faraday.
I don't.
Basically, all that means is the full.
I don't believe like the persona. I believe like I'm thinking of how vloggers think, which is what they are, and how vloggers have critically analyzed things in the past and not, or have completely, you know, just done something like this and everybody says like you're fucking wrong and they just don't ever address it or anything. Yeah. I don't believe this. They're always like that. I want people to believe we're staying here.
Who we're talking to. We are on top of
they had the equipment
graves that they found in the backyard. Hopefully we can get in contact with a soldier right here. Abigail, if you're out here, if you
what they
followed
do
us
is
out
not
here,
investigate. That's the investigating isn't the career. Videos are the career.
to talk to you, and also would love your protection guidance.
So if they made a video that had fantastic evidence but no production, they would not put it out.
Join us.
I don't think.
Let's go. Come on, Abigail.
Cult like it all.
Let's go, Abigail. Let's go. Let's go in here, Abigail.
We have a nice amount of bugs up here.
That's on the light as well.
What am I?
That was like doing acid.
Dude.
It's going off.
It's going off. Wait, look inside the box real quick.
Oh.
It's not even going.
It's not going anymore.
It did one little flick. There's nothing in the box, man.
Does that mean someone came in? Abigail, if that's you, can you spike it up to red?
Okay, I'm confused at this. I guess we're gonna... I don't know. I don't like the way that them or most people use EMF detectors, which we've talked about. But they say they're in a Faraday cage, but they're not. They're made... It's an easy up with tin foil. You can see the tin foil on the ground. And the EMF of that place. Yeah, that's you, though. They don't care if people say it's discredited. They care that they made bag. That's why there's static noises under every single EMF spike.
Guys, we're close to the forest, like probably 200 feet away from the house anyway, so it would have already been really hard for any energy to come out here.
We've also never done...
You guys don't realize that there are ground lines, do you? They're in the basement. They do spooky picture thing. They do the Estes method again, but instead Colby and the girl are back to back, tied together and sensory deprived.
I'll be the unravel.
Yeah.
Nice amount of rope, make it extra secure.
You know these like teamwork exercises?
This is a bonding moment, guys.
This is. In a few years, I'll
It's not sensory deprivation if you can feel. What are you doing?
It's time to figure out where we sleep.
Oh, sleeping arrangements. You know they're not sleeping in the house.
As soon as like you get everything set up.
Yeah. We'll see ya.
Good luck.
Yeah, so I guess,
Time to set up camp.
right? I heard it cages metal wires and rods.
This is
It's
second
insulated.
camp. You guys can see everything about the basement. This is pretty much 90%
See?
of the size as well. Room right next to me.
They don't care that it's legit, they care what it looks like. And they didn't even, like, do the whole thing, so, like...
It just sounded like there was a knock over here.
Crooked neck lady. So many Estes methods around this.
Yeah, so his, I guess they have a challenge for each other. They each have to do something spooky. And Colby challenged Sam to investigate the basement alone.
Actually, don't even know what time it is. So
And then I
won't
think
even know
Sam
how
investigates
long
the
I
woods
still
alone.
have until sunrise. Any spirits here? Dave or the trickster? I come with the utmost respect. I just want to...
Look at the ceiling, dude.
I just want to try this. This is something we've been thinking about for a very long time. If you want to show yourself, feel free.
Yeah, right here. They showed it in the other shot, or it's up here. No, that's the what they... Like, right there, there's a door for a crawl space that's, like, skinny.
Yeah, if I'm going to be able to sleep at all, but... some sort of comfy
That's
spot.
fair. Nobody has been killed by a spirit here. But how will they survive?
Oh fuck. I'm gonna close this as well.
It's gonna be a long night. I do mean it though. I really, really, really wanted to do this. Not because I think it's gonna be fun. Not because...
There's too many spaces to hide in. No, I know.
Look at that. I think looking inside of mirrors is...
Maybe it was the mirror.
See, I'm using
It does
the
look like
light
a
right
crawl
here to
space
see.
door.
This is all so dark. Guys,
It's a basement.
you hear that? That fuck. Taking a phone, I'm taking one.
Okay. This might be interesting. It's just the end. I'm not bothered by it. Yeah, conclusion is it's 100% a production, but like I don't get why it's like so.
Sounds good. Good luck. Woo! Day 7!
For the last day of the Conjuring house, we thought it'd be
In Blair Witch, the whole tension was that kids were being chased through the woods by something mean and then killed. This is something tapping in.
cool
At
to
least
bring
they have
everything
better
full
lighting.
circle. At the beginning of the year, we had a priestess come out to give us a tarot card reading, so we thought
A priestess? But I guess the thing that is interesting is the tarot card reading, because that is the last of the tapping things, and it was the one in the basement, which we said was a 0 out of 10 of anything. But I guess a while ago they got a tarot card reading from this woman, and she basically said something along the lines of like there's going to be like medical hardship or something, and then Colby got diagnosed with cancer in that time and basically just finished everything, like all of his stuff up into that.
it would be cool to have the same priestess come and give us a tarot card reading now. The next 6 months or so, what are we gonna have to deal with?
Overall, you're gonna be in a lot of pain. Yeah, something's gonna happen in the future, next 6 months, where you both will be up at 3 a.m. crying.
Can we talk a little bit about what happened?
Yeah, he got cancer.
Oh yeah, back in January. So I gave Colby a reading that indicated there would be a lot of pain in his future.
Oh, her name
and
is
unfortunately, I saw that was
something
true.
priestess, like her at.
I had cancer.
Very matter of fact.
Yeah, I thought, like, just looking, I was like, maybe this is just an energetic thing. But it turned out to be way more than that, but you're okay now.
I'm okay now. Yes, and it was exactly, strangely, 6 months. Like, I was cancer-free last month, which would have made it 6 months from your reading.
Well, hopefully this reading's better.
And that's what I was hoping we
Welcome.
could figure out today.
We're
is
wrapping
what
up the
does
end of the
next
Colby.
6 months
Same with Colby.
It's bad again.
It's
Don't you do that?
100%.
Sorry. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be great. I'm going to divide the pile into 3. And since you're the one who's in front of me, you're going to pick a pile.
I'm feeling straight in the middle for some reason.
Alright, trust it. Next 6 months of your life.
I'm genuinely nervous.
Don't be nervous. This is not too bad.
Too bad. Well, compared to what, you know?
These cards are much better than they were last time. So
Yeah, because I think they already touched on it. I think it was
for you
the
here
beginning.
is King of Swords. This means you've matured a lot, you've grown a lot. Mentally, you're in a pretty good place. Your journey is going to be healing. So this card indicates that you have to go into the unknown. You have to start facing your fears and facing
3
the things that are scary
goblets.
to you. You're taking a leap of faith. You need to stop looking at all the pain that was back there because you're just holding on to it.
3
you're
swords.
fighting a dragon that's not there anymore. These 2 cards can be considered scary. This card is the Hanged Man. Now, the Hanged Man indicates that you're not really willing to make a choice right now. You're kind of stuck at a crossroads. You have this fear of things falling down and falling apart. The thing about the tower is that the tower will always fall. When things are not built the way they're supposed to be, they will crumble. The most important part is that you start seeing yourself
Our
as
cups
the
is
victor
not doing good things at
of
holding
your life,
out.
not the victim. You are the hero.
That's what I wanted to
I
see.
feel like that was pretty good.
Not that bad.
Yeah, I just got some.
Because I had an idea for another one, another series we could do is looking at people who do tarot readings and whatever, and seeing like falsehoods there. I thought that one could be interesting.
Yes, you are.
So Sam, you also had the same reading as me before and an emotional 6 months, correct?
Definitely. Probably the most emotional 6 months of my life. That's for sure.
So for you, Sam, you've reached the 10 of Cups. 10 is completion. You've completed the path. You're at the final chapter of your book right now before you start another one. It's going to be happier in your next 6 months.
Yes!
New chapter.
Thank God.
What you're being identified right now
Because they got the
is
bag
the
from this
Knight of
series.
Wands.
That's why
This is
their
the knight who
situation's
has so
better.
much passion, so much drive, and wants to go forward. He also has a tendency to be a fuckboy, so don't do that. The big part of your emotional journey the next 6 months is learning what true strength is. So a lot of people, when they think of strength, they think of endurance, they think of the strong man
That's
at the carnival.
strength.
When in fact, strength is truly
That was
vulnerability. When we
inverted.
look at this card, we see the carnival. When in fact, strength is truly vulnerability. When we look at this card, we see
That's
the
one thing I
woman
noticed tarot
putting her
readers do
hand
a
in the lion's
lot.
mouth. That would be pretty dumb. But you here are
Is
the
they
lion, and you're
switch it.
surrendering to spirit. You're allowing spirit to come into your life and guide you in a new way. You've been in a place where you've had this other person help fill you. Now you're learning to fill that aspect of yourself.
Makes sense.
And then you have the High Priest, the Hierophant. This has to do with moving forward in your life, and you have now gained the insight and the ability to know spiritually what's up.
I've learned a lot spiritually this week.
You're being asked to actually
Does
take
mean,
charge of
or
that.
chalices
You're not
mean
just
stability of
investigating
love.
anymore. It's not just like I'm externally looking, I'm starting to feel it internally.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different systems, and the whole,
For this week.
I think, Oracle
You have
thing
the
made
Ace
it
of
worse.
Wands. Call this big dick energy.
That's what's up, guys. All right.
I mean, Oracle decks.
How do you know?
This card represents 1. So you went from 10, you're going
Because tarot has, like, there's a certain way that tarot is read, like a traditional way that tarot is read, but when it comes to, like, Oracle cards or even, like, how everyone has their own fucking tarot deck now, they all mean something else. Yeah.
back to 1. And it's the hand of God. And you were in the beginning of creating something new in your life.
That's exciting. I feel like this is very good.
But, like, strength is one
The
that's
last reading was all like
the one that, like, strength has, it's like pure unbridled, or is that, I don't know, strength and the devil are one that are very, when the card is inverted, is like very opposite or whatever. So when somebody flips it to fit the reading, it's obvious. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, analyzing the readers and stuff is like what, you know.
black and this is all yellow. So
Yes.
There we go.
All right, guys, new beginning. So the next thing has less to do with us and more to do with this house. If possible, what is the Conjuring House trying to tell us?
is there a specific entity within the house, or you want the house as a whole?
Abigail.
This card generally indicates an internal searching. I think that's maybe what you've alluded to, is that you've
8.
both experienced this internal search that you weren't expecting.
Definitely spot on.
Colby, you show up again. Hey there.
That's me.
King of Swords, Chariot reversed. Now, this is just indicating whatever you experience this week, don't let it drag you down. Don't let it stop you from moving forward. You're off balance. What you've experienced here is like throwing you for such a heavy loop.
Yeah. Ooh, you could say that again.
You both
She's
are gonna
reading
need to
those
take
in,
the time
right?
to fully digest this and what you've experienced. We see here the emotional pain. The house in general is just filled with sorrow,
read
pain,
for you, it's
and blood
actually
and
reading.
murder, but it's like heart pain. The house is asking you to please portray it in an
Yeah,
honest
but this is,
and true
I'm
way.
talking in like
A
a,
lot of people have come to the house and portrayed it in a way that was really negative, in a way that was harmful. And the house is asking you to both be good kings.
That makes so much
because
sense.
there's a lot of,
Since a lot of people have
there's a lot of shit with, especially with tarot being so like popular now. There's more tarot readers than there probably ever has been, or tarot readers, or whatever. I'm talking about the fact that there's so much out there, especially right now with divine pairing and your divine masculine or whatever, and they'll just make up shit. They'll pull a card and be like, oh yeah, this means that he wants to talk to you or something, and it has nothing to do with that. They're all romance readings, every single one of them. They're all twin flame readings, every single one of them, and it's all just to sell your readings or whatever. But it's pretty easy to tell when somebody like inverts something like that to fit a reading and just comes up with a thing to fit a reading. I can't say for her because I wanted to see how she read the cards. The only thing I saw was her flip strength, because all the other ones she was holding inverted, so she was reading them inverted. But for strength, she flipped it and gave it a positive meaning.
misconstrued
So I don't know.
this house. Even in the past, we may have too, but especially being here.
But I find it interesting that when he said, "What is the house?" or when she said, "What is a house?" I have to say whatever. She says, is there a spirit in the house, or is it the house itself? Because like you said, spiritualists believe that there's spirit in everything, and they believe that there is a house spirit. So, but she's inconsistent though. If you read reversals or whatever, in what, like, then the next time you don't read it as a reversal or whatever, it's inconsistent, which means like it feels like making shit up.
There's a whole different story to this house.
House is ready for you to go. Like we've done what came here to do. Time to go home.
Oh, we're getting one more message?
Hey Abigail, one more time.
What do you want to be? It's like, what do you want to guess? It's going to be like love and light and thank you and live.
Abigail?
Yeah, they're trying to tell the best
How
story.
are you?
It became super obvious around
Good, that's good.
like 3, but it's been pretty blatant.
Potentially millions of people right now about the spirit realm. Any message that you have, anything. The stage is yours.
Do you have any last words?
A B C D E F G H I J K L A B C.
Yes, we're talking about as a third party.
H I life. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O.
It's just like anything else, is being consistent in your methods.
Live.
And if you're not consistent in the same reading, it's a little questionable. But the fact that she is like professional tarot reader that travels to people, I don't believe she's all. I don't believe it was all messed up. I just, that one thing was like a little sussy, but but there's people like who literally will just
Do
like,
you have anything to say on that besides?
you know, without shame. And it just, and of course it's always for the collective. It's not for a person. Like how she questioned if it was a specific spirit.
No. What would you like to say? A B C D E F G H
It's kind of like hot in here.
K L M N O P Q R
My hands are like ice.
A B C.
Yeah, this is where she says thank you.
F G H A B C D E
A. Thank you.
Thank
She's
you.
saying thank you.
I'm gonna give a lot of people hope, Abigail.
Thank you you so much.
She's
Walked
gone.
away?
Yeah, she's gone.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Thank you guys for
Of
doing that.
course.
No problem.
Thanks for having us along for the investigations with you guys. It was fun.
Literally changed our lives. Thank you. I've cried in every fucking video because of them. Thank you.
Can I give you
God, he cries so much. There's no consistency in methods. I don't know if I agree. It's like, because I'm not saying like, I'm saying like completely changing the meaning of a card to fit your reading and something that you have read as its meaning earlier in that same reading, or, you know.
a hug? Your crying makes me want to
Well, that's fine. I don't.
Please say that out loud.
James, are you here?
It may take a minute or two for it to move, so be
Now they have a Ouija board.
on the question.
Oh yeah, it was her Ouija board. She made it. And you can't do that on video, because...
Welcome, James.
Yep.
It's nice to have you here with us tonight.
Because their Ouija board left.
G L D. No. Okay, G L U. Glue. Try asking a question, see if you can respond more clearly for us.
Have we been talking to you all week? Do you recognize us?
So Colby had his eyes
Who have we been
covered,
speaking
but they
to?
cut off the heads.
23?
We're not looking at the crystal, we're looking at the point.
Oh.
So N, X,
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
no.
N-O-T?
No T, not.
What's that mean? James, is it human?
No.
Thank you, James.
Is the thing that we've been talking to the thing that resides
I've
in the
never
woods
seen
of the
these lighting
Conjuring
things
House?
either, which is why like
Thank
I'm
you so much
like
for
those.
talking with us throughout this week as Colby goes into the woods.
Is anyone
to face
familiar
his
with
fear.
those?
Just
'Cause
wanna
I don't know
if
what
you're
they are.
here. Can you show me a sign? Make a knock.
Why?
Can you come into this seance room? This main dining room?
Get out.
Warrior.
She. Yeah, I guess it would it would be considered a push. Yeah. Oh, he's
Warrior. Again.
doing the spirit box thing in the forest
all by
alone with a
myself.
blindfold
Now's your
on.
chance.
3, 2, 1.
No way it counted down.
And he's inside with a blindfold. Did they just need like...
Guys, I just thought I heard footsteps over here. Bridge! It said fucking bridge!
That doesn't look like a...
No fucking way! Bridge, right after I hear footsteps over there? Hello, is there somebody here?
God.
Master.
Is God your master? Is that what you're saying? Are you trapped?
Why are they... I didn't see the point on the board. I know that they say they don't do Ouija boards, but they only did this specific one because it's her specific Ouija board and it's guided by these specific spirits and it's protected in this specific way. Yeah, she helped us do it in the correct way. So that's why they did it. But I don't... But Ouija boards can also be used... Yeah, the further it goes, they make it even harder. Especially now at the end, walking around with... by himself in the woods with a blindfold on. What the fuck are you doing, bro? It's not proving anything, except that you're trying to make it more scary. But, like, Ouija boards can, I've heard, be used also for, like, internal, like, your intuition. Of like, because you can sit with your hand on it and like your subconscious or whatever can create something. It's similar to, I guess, would be tarot cards if you're reading for yourself and stuff. Not giving or right hand. I don't know. I didn't know that. I don't use Ouija boards. I guess I've always used left, but I'm left-handed. I don't know. There's no part of me that thinks that they don't use those. But I use hers because it's safe. No, I know, but I mean, for this, they don't do that for, you know, it's the character. Non-dominant. And you're giving it his left and receiving it his right. There's no, like, blatant answer when searching it. It just says... It says 3 people, though. You're supposed to have a minimum of 3 people if you're using it for that. But it's also, you know, crafted by the same person who makes Monopoly. I guess you're possessed. Use the wrong hand. Yeah. I think it's only been like once or twice in my life when I was in like high school or something, because most of the time I don't like touching those. Yeah, it's Hasbro. It's a Hasbro board game. So I don't completely follow that. It's a tool. The demon moves your hands. But I thought it was supposed to be like the spirit of your dead father or whatever. My father's alive. Didn't put a ring of salt around you. And the demon do my dishes. Can my house spirits pay rent? Yeah, that's what I said. Because in the first room that they do it, when they first demonstrate their thing back in episode 1, they're standing in a well-lit room with 2 Ouija boards behind them. And like, I'm like, why don't they just put the Ouija board between them if they're a beacon? Because they claim that they're just this light beacon that's energy or whatever, and then the spirits go to them, can use that energy to then communicate. So I'm like, why don't they put the Ouija board in the middle? Because then the planchette, you could just leave it, and then they could spell it out the same way she's spelling things out. But obviously that wouldn't work because nothing would show. But yeah, you can make a Ouija board out of like anything. But like the actual like Ouija board that you can buy is a Hasbro game. It's not like a spirit tool or things like that. I mean, it is, but it's like... It's not the intended goal. The tappers were a human Ouija board. This is the Ouija board promo because I want to get a Ouija board now. Fucking Hasbro. Ouija sucks. This whole thing has been sponsored by Ouija. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm wearing Ouija socks. Okay, I wanted to go look at those again. I wish I just could like clip out the individual clips of this, the method, to compare them to each other. Because I guess you could argue that every channeler has their own method, so they don't have to be completely linked. It's the fact that they claim that they have to be completely linked.
Has the 2 doors leading from where the kitchen is in.
Right.
So if something
Okay, I'm gonna turn this down. I turned it up because I wanted to hear knocking.
downstairs was mimicking me, we would have heard it from both spots.
First episode, well lit. The team, the pair, the duo.
Yourself?
seem objective.
All right, well, I'm Satori Hawes.
I'm Cody Despian.
We're caretakers here at the Conjuring House, and we also communicate with the other side, I guess you could say.
In a very interesting way that we kind of found out by accident.
I think
So
it's
the
in a
first day we
comment,
met,
including
we
this
were
jump
paired up with
cuts.
each
That's
other
true.
to investigate a private residence. We thought the place was really active.
What is
and
it?
then the next
I have no
investigation
idea.
Went on, the same activity, a lot of footsteps and banging sounds, and then the other team members were like, maybe it's something with you guys. You should go experiment. We found out that eventually, over time, that when we hold hands or hold wrists, it's almost like flipping on a light switch and kind of.
It's like, see, it switches. And that's what I mean with like readings and stuff. Because he says we hold hands or hold wrist work the best. And then in the interview, they're like, we could hug or we could do this or we could do that. It doesn't really matter as long as we're touching. And so like, I think if you definitively, especially like a major card or whatever, say like this, like, it's like saying the death card instead of being like death and rebirth means like, I don't know. You're gonna get a dog. Like, fuck, my phone's been going off. They are caretakers. We knew that. And we thought that the first time that they linked arms and had this tapping experience or whatever was when they became caretakers, but they said that that is 2018, and apparently they weren't there until 2019 at the Conjuring House. So I know how to do it. I can do it. I just don't I don't want to put the time in right now. Because we're just looking at like minuscule things. If I wanted to do that, I would have done it before the stream to prepare.
Here to witness, we can't control it, and we only do this for people who cross our paths naturally and don't do it for money or anything like that. So just is what it is.
But there's money on your Ouija board. Liar. Yeah, 4 years. As in last minute of that year. I don't know, because the story that they claim is that they're part of an investigative group. They were part. And, like, the group broke off into pairs to investigate different parts of whatever. And everything we found is more than 4 years, yeah. They were getting like the most activity, so they took them to a different place and they got the most activity. They put them with different people and got like no activity, so it just has to be them and all of that. And like the movie isn't really, they're investigating the Conjuring House, which is supposed to be one of the most haunted locations, but there's been yet another thing is there's no consistency of the haunting as well. But so as part of like this thing of when they just met that day, they apparently locked arms and started getting tapping everywhere. Yeah, it's in Rhode Island. Which is like a minuscule dot on our map.
We can't guarantee who comes through, so that's just.
And it's just this thing that happened because they were.
That wants to communicate. So if you guys get uncomfortable at any point, just let us know, okay?
Do you guys have a name for this?
They just happened to be ghost hunting together.
That weird thing we do.
Let's go.
They do weird things.
So for 4 years they've been doing this, and not called it anything.
So wherever you guys feel comfortable.
Oh, also, did you say we're trying to contact anybody specifically, or someone wanted to come through and talk to us specifically, or no?
So we do a lot of sessions in the house. So
Yeah, I guess this is as well lit as it gets, but the house itself is not well lit. Most sinister stuff is from a graveyard 2 miles from the site that might have Native American remains. Yeah, might. They did find like 5, I think they said 5 graves. And that was where they built their faraway tent. And did an EMS session, I guess, that just proves that there's electricity in the ground. Sorry. That's a bit of an intense message. Yeah. Oh, the fucking bird. That's what. This. This is what I'm talking about. It has two little metal conductor things on the bottom. So if you put it in the palm of your hand, it will cheep. But if one person puts one finger on one side and the other person puts the other finger on the other side, you can make a chain of as many people as you want to keep the conducting of electricity going. So like that's basically what they're saying with the tapping and everything, because they put Bella in the middle, and when she disconnected, the tapping stopped. Did nobody do this? It's children. You can make a circle of like 10 people, and as long as everybody is touching the other person or holding hands with the other person, the person next to them, and it's a complete chain, the chick will chirp. And I just thought about how many ways that could be used to create tapping. Because it's so simple. So it's for me to like 25 of us lock arms and then turned on a car battery. We probably do have the same Google thing. This is just green. But yeah, it's because of the electricity, like whatever. But they're basically saying that this is what they are. They are this. The Easter chick. You're seeing all charging and discharging your ground. Like touching a door. Yeah. And I think it's the static that... See, that's what we can't... When it's in the living room on the first floor, it sounds kind of like knocking, but everywhere else it kind of looks like... Or kind of... I saw it looks like nuggies and I almost said that. It sounds like when you're in the basement, it sounds like it's coming from above on the microphone. Like I'm listening with headphones. When they're in the living room, it sounds really loud and clear, like knocking. But when they're upstairs, it sounds like the knocking is either downstairs or is in the room next to them. You increase the charge by rubbing your socks on the floor and stripping electrons from the mirrored material you're wearing. Yeah, so it's using... The chick essentially is using the static shock, static electricity that conducts on us to create a chirping sound when you touch the two circle things. These guys, one finger goes there and one finger goes there. And then you make a human Red Rover chain. It's essentially what they're saying. We used to get these like every Easter, and we like always had, because we got them, like the kids got excited. It's like, oh my god, we gotta do it, you know. If you wet your hands, it can insulate the charge. What if someone's like really sweaty? Somebody's just like really sweaty. They're just gonna ruin the all the Easter fun. But yeah, preparing for stream, I might get timestamps next time. Okay, here.
Yeah, we don't want to.
I guess we'll keep this back up.
No, I mean, the entire goal of being here...
So this is what I'm calling the living room. I don't know what it actually is, but I'm calling this the living room because it has a couch in it. It's the most lit of all the rooms, but there's very shady lighting in the entire house.
Is to learn more about this, is to push ourselves. So I'm super down. It just caught me
There's
off
plaster
guard.
on the ceiling of
They're here.
the basement.
So watch this real quick.
It's the chick.
Only when we do this. I don't know why.
Has that happened like ever since you guys met?
Yes.
Yeah. I think at that point, like, I don't know. It kind of felt like they were trying to get 7 full videos out of the full week, like surviving a week or whatever. So they just kept doing things. And it started off in a different place than it ended. It started a little cuckoo bananas and ended up full-blown cuckoo bananas. I don't know a way to say that. He's just saying crazy. She said no. What? It's a sign that they're in love. See, that's what I'm saying his story is. That's how this came about. There is no episode 6. That's his. Probably for that reason. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think she said no. I think that he is in love with her, and so he made up this thing, and she either goes along with it to torture him, or she doesn't know that it's not real. And now that I say it again, I'm betting on what War Gamester said, if that she knows and she's torturing him. Because if you look at how they look at each other, he looks like he's absolutely in love with her. He doesn't look at money like the other people in the room. He looks only at her, not the guests. Basically only her. But she kind of treats him like he's either not there or he's a tool, like when she has to hold his hand. Sometimes when he's not looking, she looks like she likes him. I don't know. And they've been doing this for 4 years, and they have not said at all that they are in a relationship or not. This is all based on, like, body language from hypervigilance. I'm not an expert.
Do you mind if I try to see like where the noise is coming from?
Can you keep stomping your feet as much as possible?
Sometimes you'll hear it move around the room. Can you walk?
Yeah, now it's over here.
Now
it's over here.
Yeah, it is moving.
Dude, I can't even follow it.
It's moving.
Can you stomp right here for me?
Can you come over?
With headphones on a directional mic, it does sound like the sound moves here and then to the right speaker and then back over to the left when you like moves the camera. It does kind of sound like that. But again, that could be the space of which the plaster is in the basement, which would be around the same. So all the person would have to do is like knock the broom here and then over here.
Over here.
Oh my god.
Thank you. Right there.
Is this Abigail?
Yeah, it could be multiple tappers.
Yeah. Would you like to continue? Okay. Did the person we just
I think when they're in the
have a message?
basement for the last one we gave them 0 out of 10. When it was coming from the ceiling, they said it was coming from the floor, and then they said it was coming but from behind that wall where there is like a hallway or wall space on the other side of it or whatever. That I think is multiple tappers. This is kind of like, you know, if you have a broom.
Okay. How many words?
What happens if we go to the Conjuring house and steal the tapping stick?
Okay. I'll go a little faster, okay? A B C D E.
You still say speakers?
I J K L M N O P Q R.
I think there could be multiple options.
W A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T A, B, C. Watch.
Hi, Fox.
Watching. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N.
Need to set up tapping in the park. Yeah, which is what Fox said could be like a speaker that looks like something else. So, like, in this room, it could be a speaker that... the Ouija board could be a fucking speaker. And then, the tapping in the park, I guess, could be a rock speaker. But when they're in the park, it sounds like a mic tap. That's what we were saying of, like, what the different knocks sound like. The shoes could have a speaker, but they're adamant of, like, there's nothing on our shoes or in our shoes. They take their shoes off. Sam and Colby buy them slippers to wear at the park. Yeah, there's Annabelle dolls all over the place. There's one in that clock. There's 2 upstairs. And I think there's another one somewhere. And the staff moves them around. We've talked about this, so it's not the real Annabelle doll. And that one's like a tiny one, because it's in the top of the grandfather clock. That one's small compared to the one that was like on the chair that was like this big. One doll is haunted. They don't even need Ouija boards. They have the staff. This is the actual house that it was loosely based on events. And a lot of the first-hand things don't match up. Did I go back? How close or far from me? From everyone being in on the hoax. I think it is. I think it's a hoax. I can't definitively say exactly who's in on it, but at least part of the production crew and at least part of the Conjuring House staff are in on it, I would say. And it depends on, like, whether Sam and Colby know or not depends on what parts of production, because we argued in the first one that Sam originally didn't know, and then they gave him the grandma reading so he would have the big emotional reaction, and then they told him it was fake. But again, it could just be he's really good at crying and he knew it was fake the whole time. In the movie, I guess people are killed by demons or something, but in real life, no, nobody died in the house. Somebody hung themselves, but it was not on the property of today. Because when it was older, the property was bigger and they sold off bits of it into different provinces. But yeah, I'm 100% going to say that it's fabricated, but I can't definitively say who's in on it. But my best guess is that man is. The entire house with everyone. Oops. It's the entirety of the house staff fucking with everyone just to keep the thing. Yeah, it could be that too. Because they so desperately want it to be haunted and try so hard to make it haunted that I don't think it actually is. So usually with people like that, yeah, the problem is if any's fake, it's all fake. So that's why I say it's 100% a hoax. But I don't know exactly where it is. I told you my headcanons, my guesses. That guy wanted to get laid, so he's in on it. The lady who owns the place is in on it, because when they start talking about woods and being scary and stuff, they're like, don't go out in the woods. She's like, but if you have good intentions, then you can visit. Like, she's in on it. Abigail's in on it. No, I'm kidding. Abigail isn't real. Yeah, it's all fake. I don't know how they're doing it. But also, like, they could, if they do have, like, a conducty thing, like the chick, or, like, when you touch the static electricity, if they have something like that, instead of making the cheeping noise, they could cause something to spring. So there could literally be something tapping on the floor when they touch. That's what I mean by there's so many ways that the technology of the chick is so basic that you can use it to do something like that. And then you just bring the little tapper anywhere and have somebody stick it somewhere. Tapper or whatever. But like I've seen people make them in like with science projects, the little things that like go up and down or whatever, little mechanical things. The dolls are in on it. The dolls are paid actors. Yeah, some in the next few years. I don't know. I don't know who it's gonna be though. I wanted to say that I don't think it's gonna be Sam and Colby who do, but then at the same time, these people want their place to be haunted so bad that they probably won't. If that girl is not in on it and she finds out that it's a hoax, especially for him to get laid, she would probably out it. The 2013 film is not based on true events. It's based on false information. Yeah, that's why I mean it's loosely based on the house. People lived there, and then the Warrens were like, it's haunted, let us do a seance. And they're like, no, get off my porch. And they come back a little bit later, and a little bit later, and a little bit later, and they're probably like, fine. I'll let you do the fucking seance. Now get out. I don't know if I've ever seen The Conjuring, to be honest. I don't like... It wasn't... Yeah, and we don't know the actual history of the house, because... the history of the house falls to plantations, which is slavery beyond when slavery was eradicated, and genocide of Native Americans. So we're never going to find the history because the whole point is to cover it up. Conjurings are easy. Your favorite scary movies? I might have to watch them. I don't know. I've been having a hard time with haunted stuff. I like thrillers and mysteries, and the majority of the time I can suss it out in the first few bits of what's gonna happen. But I don't like horror too much because a lot of horror is reliant on jump scares, especially like 2010s-ish horror. But the thing that I've noticed about... Did I get muted again? Oh, no. The thing I noticed about 2020-ish, the horror genre and the thriller genre, is that the trope of like teenagers and kids being dumb and useless does not exist anymore. Gen Z children are very practical against monsters and things, which I think is awesome. I hate when a movie the whole time everybody's just so fucking stupid. It drives me nuts. Yeah, there was no Annabelle doll or a Ouija board at the house. We grew up with Scooby-Doo. There you go. But there's some I watched. There's that one that I always talk about that I thought was fantastic. It was kind of campy. It was a little, I was gonna say a little Blumhousey, but it might actually be Blumhouse. Blumhouse is my favorite, but like, hands down. I love their weird, gory horror. Yeah, we need to do something. That's the one I'm talking about. That one was really good. The film was shot during the COVID-19 pandemic, but I thought it was great. I thought it was great. I have a whole list of over 300 movies that I watched when I had mono movies and shows, and my ranking or review of them, and I keep it in a Discord. Yeah, it's not going into it like it's real. There's no Annabelle. You think they're real? No. No. In the 2013 film, incredible switches from the parents' house to the Warrens' house. Okay. Why? Why the Warrens? And I don't mean like why their house. I just mean like why exist? Why Warrens? There's some jump scares from the Bone Woman that still gets me. I used to think that. No, I mean I'm talking about the Sam and Colby thing is a hoax. The reason that we're here. I figured that's what you meant by being your first time chat. But yeah, also like a lot of like spiritualism and even like this is a book of spirit communications and does not say anything about people from past lives or people who have lived here, things like that. It's like typically channeling spirit, God, there's many different terms for it that they show in the book. I read a bunch of random demonic nonsense into a book of shadows. Take out a space underneath the bathroom closet, put it there and plaster it over. I've always wanted to do stuff like that. Put a fake newspaper or something. Like a documentary. That's awesome. But yeah, There's Someone Inside Your House was 2021. It was a teen thriller. I thought it was really good, and my review is teens aren't useless. We don't do proselytizing in this channel, by the way. It's in the rules. No proselytizing. We speak in respect to everyone. Proselytizing, converting people to your religion, telling people that they should believe in your God or your beliefs or anything like that. Yeah, Blumhouse did a bunch of like cam movies, and I liked them a lot. But one is called Deadstream, and it's a streamer versus a haunted house, and the writing is a little cheesy, but I think it's because the character is written to basically be a parody of like a Logan Paul type, you know? So he is a little bit cringy on it, but the movie is really good, and I thought it was really funny. But I mean, it's a horror, so. There's channeling, and then there's possession. Yeah, so possession is being completely controlled by the entity. So I guess she was completely controlled. But they lived there for 7 more years and didn't cause problems. Deadstream, dash cam. Fish from America Dad. No, I don't know. According to Andrew and some of the sisters, but not according to the mom. So the mom said she wasn't possessed, but the sisters said she was. Dash cam. I can't remember if it's called Cam or if it's called Cam Girl or whatever. I think it's Cam, but it's a horror movie about like live streaming Cam Girl or whatever. It's fantastic. Most of it takes place like in her streaming room or on her computer screen. Very good. Oh, I don't know if I but I was talking a long time ago like 2 weeks ago, about a movie that I really loved and I thought was really great. Was about an old guy adopting a chaotic young girl. The old guy was a popular actor that we all know, but he appeared like with a beard, and we didn't like. He doesn't typically have a beard like when we know him on his shows and stuff. And they're stuck in a blizzard, and he has to like take her through this blizzard or whatever to deliver her to something. I figured out it's the Midnight Sky, or Midnight Sky. That's the name of it. And the actor that's a famous actor that has a beard for this is George Clooney. So I was dead on. It's called Cam from 2018. So I was dead on with all of my descriptions, but it was hard to put them together. It was hard to put them together. Carolyn Perrin was Andrea Perrin's mom. Georgie's kind of hot, though. Yeah, that's what I said. He was like the silver fox, but he doesn't usually have a beard, as we know him as an actor when he's on red carpets and stuff. But in this movie, he has a beard, so I didn't really like recognize him as much because he wasn't as silver foxy. Yeah, and then Dashcam is an unlikable female car streamer, supernatural slasher. It's pretty great, but there are many car accidents. And she's unlikable as a lead, so you're not supposed to like her. Where do you watch these movies? Also interesting, a policeman and a sound guy and a film guy were there. And they say the event was lost. Yeah, it was audio recorded too, and the audio recordings were lost too. Convenient. Where do you watch these movies? I watched the majority of Hulu, but I don't have any streaming services now. They just find them. The mom has never said anything. She has not said she was obsessed and has also not said she was. Horror movies are fun. Although usually I have to watch them with someone. Best Batman solely due to the fact that he had nipples. That's funny. I haven't watched very much Batman. I rewatched God. Val Kilmer. That's the one I watched recently. Batman Forever. I just had nipples, and that's enough for me. It's distinctive. For sure. Distinctive. Okay, so she was the daughter, and her sister saw this seance through like peeking down the stairs or looking in the crack of the door. I forget what it was. They weren't supposed to be there. Look into the crack of the basement door. So it was kind of both. It was kind of the stairs and a crack in the door. I keep thinking that's something on my arm, but it's a cut and I have no idea where it came from. Yeah, I don't watch much Batman, but one thing I can tell you about Batman is that Batman is autistic and Bruce Wayne is his mask. I will fight till the ends of the earth on that one. Okay, Mrs. John Arnold in a book. Yeah, Mrs. John Arnold is the one that Andrea Perrin says hung herself at the farmhouse. But there was somebody who hung themselves, but it was not at the farmhouse. We are first told that, quote, only one thing is known for certain. Far more than a century ago, Mrs. John Arnold decided to claim her life at the age of 93 and was discovered cold and gray and stiff as the wood from which she found dangling in the rafters of a barn. Wow, that is a fucked up way to describe someone's suicide. Oh, yeah. I suddenly don't like this lady. Years later, Carolyn would learn of Mrs. John Arnold, the woman who died by her own hand found hanging in the barn on the same beam from which the scythe had fallen. Because apparently Carolyn was struck with a scythe that fell. A 93-year-old hung themselves from the rafters of a barn? Yeah. Yep. Cold and gray and stiff as the wood just doesn't sound like somebody who hung themselves either. Yeah, I have the skeptical article up, and it had it's like the bulleted list of things that are wrong, and number 1 is Miss John Arnold. So the author says, we're first told that, quote, one thing is known for certain, and the quote is from Andrea Perrin's book. But yeah, he goes on multiple paragraphs to talk about how that was not good. I set out to learn about Miss John Arnold myself. My attention was immediately drawn to the listing Black Book of Burrillville, a macabre book listing unusual deaths in the Burrillville area, such as murders, suicides, poisonings, etc. An entry for Susan Arnold notes under the heading Suicide by Hanging, April 13th, 1866. 3/2/1866, 50 years in attic at her home. Wife of John Arnold. That's the quote. It says, though the 50 years notation directly contradicts the 93-year-old. So yeah, some things say she's 50, something says she was 53 when she hung herself. Not 93. Okay, wait. I was able to find 2 potential Mrs. John Arnolds within the Burrillville area. One is Abigail Cook Arnold, who lived from 1776 to 1869. This is our colonial woman, who was 93 years old when she died. Although Abigail matches the age of the woman we're searching for, her death is listed as a result of old age, and her death occurred 3 years after the 1866 death. Our second candidate is Susan Richardson Arnold, who's the daughter of Dexter Richardson. Oh, okay, that's why. So the Richardsons were the first owners. And it was her family that technically owned it. And so it went to her husband, I guess, and then... But after digging into her past and confirming a few details with the historian, I've established that this is the Miss John Arnold behind the hanging in the barn story, matching both name and date of death. I obtained the story of Susan Arnold copied from the... I don't know how to say that. The obituary describes Susan's death. Her husband has been ascending... The obituary describes Susan's death. Colon. Her husband had been ascending the stairs and found a storeroom locked. Thinking something was wrong, he went through a window into a shed roof and into another window, and there found his wife suspended from a wardrobe hook with a very small cord. He goes on to say that Susan had also loaded a gun, a dirk knife, and a phial of mercury in the room with her. She had also laid out clothes for her funeral in another room. Susan Arnold's suicide appears in the April 18th, 1866 edition of Evening Star. 1866, and did not occur. No, it wasn't at the house, I don't think. There's no layout that fits the description, right? The obituaries describe the woman listed in the Black Book of Burrillville and confirm the event really happened. Although Mrs. John Arnold did commit suicide by hanging, she obviously did not do so in the barn of the Harrisville farmhouse, but rather in the storeroom of her own house. The route Mr. Arnold took through windows to get to his wife is not possible with the structure of the farmhouse either now or then. Also, according to a document titled Highway Districts in the Burrillville Tax Book from 1862, she and her husband John Arnold had a small house on Harrisville Road in District 1. The Harrisville farmhouse is in District 6, several miles away. As far as available records are concerned, Susan Arnold was not a member of the same Arnold family associated with Harrisville. So Susan Arnold wasn't even in the same family as Abigail Arnold. It wasn't the same house. That had me thinking, it made me think with the districts for a bit. I saw somebody talking about the Hunger Games and how we're told that there's District 1 through 13, but we don't know where where they're actually located in what used to be the United States, but it is canon that it used to be the United States. And a lot of people, I guess some people think that District 1 is like around Connecticut, and because I think District 12 has to be, or District 12 is Connecticut where they start, and then District 1 where they go, because they go down, is like New England, New York. Obviously, Connecticut's part of that, but I didn't think about this until that point, or until reading this. But those plantation things that were the illegal ways of taking land from the Native Americans and everything were parted into districts. So, like, part of, like, what was Rhode Island then is not now, or Connecticut, whatever. And that was over 1,000 acres for that land. And over 1,000 acres, they have multiple districts. But the reason the person was talking about it was because they're talking about propaganda and how District 13 is told to not exist and all of that stuff. So they control all of the media that's going to the other districts. That I think, but the point that we don't know where each district is located in the U.S. makes me feel like the author might have known this information about the plantations and the genocide and all of that. There is no District 13, isn't there? District 13 is the one that they supposedly bombed or whatever, but actually it's like an underground military shelter. But everybody else is told that they bombed it to oblivion because they weren't following the Capitol's rules. And so they send that media to everybody saying, look what we'll do to your district if you don't follow our rules. But actually, it's like a secret underground bunker. Or is that District 12? I thought it was 13 because I thought Katniss was District 12. But I'm saying, like, it doesn't have to be, like, exactly this one. Like, Hunger Games takes place on the place of the Rhode Island Conjuring House. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, like, the way that the land was parted and everything might be related to how she split the districts because it's believed to be in New England, which is where all of this stuff happened before colonization. Abigail Arnold is on Instagram. So many instances where Parker's theoretically accurate records are actual garbage, and sometimes they'll say record people generalize to save effort, even to the extent of getting names and dates wrong. It's difficult to say what is accurate. Yeah. I don't even know if it's to save effort. I think a lot of it is to hide the shady shit that they were doing. But that's America. Now I'm looking at the Conjuring House website. Quote from Andrea Perrin on the first page. Our family lived among the dead for a decade. The farm, known to us as the Arnold Estate, was where we all came to understand that we are not alone and there is something beyond our mortal existence, though none of us can tell you precisely what it is or where we go after death. I think she's on the right path when it comes to this place might be a portal or like one of those weird energy spots. But the more shit she says, it's like when you say step one, it's like, okay, I get you, portal. And then she keeps talking, it's like, oh. Oh, fuck. So, like the history of tarot, there's no surviving record of tarot cards being used to read fortunes. Yeah, because it's in person we're using regular playing cards, and I'm gonna bet that a lot of nomadic type people practice arts like that, so they're usually looked down upon or erased because we don't like people who are nomadic. Experience the Conjuring House. The activity here grants us for a chance for personal connection in accordance with what we each bring to our experience. Our energy, attitudes, and beliefs are amplified here, whether our end goal seeks frightful or peaceful experiences. What about skeptical ones? The impact this property can have on hearts and minds will depend on the journey of each path it crosses. While having a paranormal experience here can never be guaranteed, for those who are fortunate, the impact can be transformative. The Conjuring House offers authentic opportunities for our guests to learn about and experience paranormal phenomena. We offer a variety of events to facilitate such chances for paranormal experiences. Yo, how much chance that they were paid to come do this and put Conjuring House on the map? Because remember, like, it's been in the last few years. So 2019 or after was when the new owner that I said was sus in the videos had it. And they've been trying to bring more people in since. There's no account of nomads using tarot cards or playing cards. There are lots of accounts of nomadic people reading palms. That's fun. Astrology was the main occult system. Bear in mind that astronomy replaced astrology in the late 17th century. The planets be doing stuff. Frequently asked questions. Will I see a ghost? Although we cannot guarantee that you will experience any paranormal activities, we've had a lot of ghostly experiences during our events. They put the parentheses, not or the quotes, not me. Please feel free to ask your host about some of them or just book and see. Nobody visit the Conjuring House. I'm gonna go ahead and say that company sucks. The Conjuring House cannot be accessed by a wheelchair. There's you can only go to the first floor and they will make reasonable accommodations. I mean, astrology was the science. Astrology was taught in college until 1600s. Oh, yeah. No, it's okay. I'm kind of just like rambling anyway. It's probably about time to stop. It means it's not accessible. Which we don't support places that are not accessible to all people. That was kind of a joke, but I do stand by that. Like, if you go to a restaurant in a wheelchair and they don't have a ramp, and they're like, oh, we'll just lift you in. The fuck? We have a chair rail on these ones. But it's because the lady who lived in here before me. I had to use it when I first moved in, though. Because my legs are weird. But I'm okay now. I might have to lay down after I go on the stairs, but once my heart calms down, I'll be alright. Wait. So you can book an investigation experience, and that the cost for Sunday to Thursday is $960 plus tax for 1 to 6 people. Friday and Saturday is $1,280 plus tax for 1 to 8 people. So even if you come alone, the minimum amount needs to be met. Any additional guest above the amount is $160 per person. That's what I'm saying. Like, do you think that they hired some YouTubers to come out there and do this and get their fucking events paid for? GHO events are hosted by experienced paranormal investigators and shared with other guests. That's a maximum of 12. Is a 5-hour paranormal investigation of the house. It's an overnight paranormal experience. You may also bring your own investigation equipment. And then there's private events. Private events are curated experiences such as weddings, parties, workshops, or hosted investigative events designed by you with the help of the Conjuring House's staff. Isn't that what we just watched? A curated event. Oh my god, they had to have done this in the last week. Sir, you can bring a crowbar in the house. I need to investigate the basement ceiling. This is my investigation equipment. Okay, so this has to be updated since the Sam and Colby thing came out, because there is a question Question number 3. Will I know in advance which staff members, such as Cody and Satori, will be on duty for the specific events at the Conjuring house? Next question. Is it possible to get in touch with Cody and Satori? Should I book an overnight investigation or content creator? Do you create content for followers or subscribers to any social media or streaming platform? If yes, you are a content creator. Do you have under 15,000 followers / subscribers? If so, you can book overnight investigations. However, you must notify us that you intend to create content and sign the social media contract on arrival. If you have 15,000 or over, you must book under the content creator tab and you must sign the social media content or contract on arrival. We could have just read this and told you. It says, do we have the house to ourselves? It says, no, there'll always be a staff member staying at the house for the duration of your booking. We are not here to interfere with your experience. Rather, they'll be in case of emergency or if another matter arises needing assistance. During this investigation or whatever, I think it was the one with Lorraine and Bella, they went outside for some point. I think it was when they went outside to do the Faraday thing, so maybe it was the last one. The door closed and like locked itself, and they said that they had to call somebody to come unlock it. And I'm betting that the person was just on campus, like on the property, and that they weren't actually alone. Are we allowed to investigate outside? Yes, you are allowed to investigate outside. However, we ask that you be respectful of our neighbors and use your inside voice outside. Quiet hours begin at 10 p.m. and all guests are expected to abide by town regulations. You're also required to remain on the 8.5 acres and not trespass on others. So it went from 1,000 acres to 8.5. What is strictly prohibited? No drugs or alcohol. Do not touch the cameras. Do not provoke, ridicule, challenge, or disrespect spirits. No seances or crossing over of spirits. That's fucked. If you like believe that you actually are spirits, and you directly, that's like hell. You directly keep those like spirits there. They're not allowed. Only registered licensed service support dogs or animals are allowed. No sexual activity or making out allowed. Do not steal anything from our interior or exterior. Trust us on this. The ghosts in our cameras are constantly watching. Do not use the fireplace. Do not light any candles. Do not get under the bedding. You have to sleep or sit on the top sheets only. Do not put your shoes or boots on the bed. And no digging and no use of a metal detector. Can I just use the hell portal myself as their initial charge? Like, if you believe that there are the spirits of people's, like, dead loved ones in that house, and you strictly forbid the crossing over of those spirits in which you believe, that's fucked up. That you're gonna go to hell for. If there's one. No use of a metal detector. Yeah, that's it. No digging or use of a metal detector. There's shit under the ground. The last question is the tour wheelchair accessible? Just the first floor. But our tours take place on property that includes narrow and steep stairs, uneven flooring, cobblestones, and other rocky terrain. You might detect all the tappers on the floor, all the wires that are running. I can't believe that. All guests must sign the waiver to participate in any experience. they do something called camping, apparently, which is GHAMP, and it's the ghost plus camping. Oh my god. So there's 8 sites available. Fright factor 6+. There's an extraterrestrial portal. I guess that's what they're calling this yurt. 300 or 400 a night. $1736 house. Cable is probably external plumbing, but it all got rebuilt. Yeah, and all you can see that the electricity is running through the house because it's not hidden. It's very much in the open. One of the books has aliens in it. Oh my god. Another one called The Playhouse. Set among the ghosts of children. Sits a 1968 vintage Avion trailer. The Pet Cemetery. The 7 Soldiers. As told to Cindy Perrin in the 1970s, there are 7 dead soldiers buried in the wall. As told to us in 2020, ground-penetrating radar revealed the location of 5 burial sites along the wall. Was it the Revolutionary War, King's Philip War, some other war? They don't know. So they don't know where the soldiers are coming from. These are so ridiculous, man. You must read the following or risk being asked to leave without a refund. Check-in time is at 5. Do not come early. Your private investigation, investigate your site and areas around the tent. A 50-foot buffer no-go zone takes effect. No refunds. What to bring? A sense of community. A shared scared experience makes us friends from strangers. Food, non-alcoholic beverage. You need a generator if you stay in one of the fancy places. A compass / GPS so you don't get lost. Yeah, arrive 15 minutes early to sign waivers and to check in. But their thing says arrive exactly at 5 and do not show up early. If you're arriving late, please email your arriving time. No alcohol or drugs, no guns or fireworks. The house, barn, baby barn, staff trailer are off limits. No investigating or flashlights on the property along Round Top Road. If you smoke tobacco, don't litter. Don't touch cameras, don't provoke ridicule. No seances, no pets, do not steal anything. Again, no refund. No campers or campfires. No digging or use of metal detector. No climbing trees. No jumping off the bridge. No drones. No screaming. Yes, you might get scared, but don't scream. No scaring people because there's no screaming. No provoking, harassing, or harming wildlife. Be respectful of guests and neighbors. You're allowed to bring your own ghost hunting equipment. You're allowed to take photos and video, but you're not allowed to take photos and videos of other guests without permission. And you can't stream live for longer than 2 hours. That's something. That has to be something happening every 2 hours or whatever. So no, actually, it's got to be the revolution that over Rhode Island, also known as the Quaker Hill, took place. Yeah, but what they're counting on is the one tribe, but the one tribe took up like most of New England, and they're just saying like this tribe was like on the Conjuring house. Yeah, I was like, there's got to be a reset or something every 2 hours. or something like that. The can't climb trees thing might be like safety insurance hazard, but could also be that there's things in the trees, like the speakers that Fox was talking about. Because they claim that each of these camping sites on this, which is like 8 different structures, houses, yurt things, and they say you're gonna hear disembodied voices and things like that. So you have 24/7 cams on everything. It's possible, but at the same time, why 2? Because I think a paranormal investigation, if you were doing something like that, would take longer. It doesn't feel like it, but there's not much you can get done on a 2-hour stream, especially if you're waiting for like disembodied voices to respond that aren't going to respond. Yeah, 2 hours. It's specific for a reason, but I can't definitively say what that reason is. It could be like a mechanical reset thing, batteries. That would be funny. Someone has to go around and individually change the AA batteries and all the tappers. That's funny. Unfortunately not. But I think that's where I'm going to end today because it's 8:30 and I should have probably ended at 8, but I was trying to consolidate more information and all of it is nonsense. It's all nonsense. Don't go to the Conjuring house. It's not accessible. And you can't bring a metal detector. Yeah, that was fast. I thought it was going to be slower, but I'm glad we did. Glad we went through that. Tomorrow I will be back and I will be doing Skyrim because it's been longer since we did Skyrim. And then Friday with Conan. And there might be stuff going up in between. Remember that the wish list has been updated with gifts for Madam President that we can crowdfund because her birthday is on the 20th, but we can push it back a little. All of my links have been updated, so you can check me out literally everywhere. I am Liv Phoenix, and you know, all of that. Why did I think there was something else that I had to... Oh, that's it. You can submit videos. I made a form that you can submit videos. In the form, you can choose what show that the video is for, and you can give a little description information, and your Twitch name is required, so I know who is submitting what videos. And then mods can view the results as well, so we can review all the videos before the stream and make sure that they are stream friendly. So that has been set up. So I am going to go install tappers in my floor and ban metal detectors, apparently. See you soon.